Today I will discuss with you RPSC Economics Assistant Professor exam paper 1 which was held at 29th May 2024. Previously I discussed paper 2 completely, and today I will discuss paper 1. So first question is, which of the following is not correct about precautionary demand for money? So first option is precautionary demand for money holdings are higher the greater the variability of net disbursement, and second is the precautionary demand for money holding are higher the lower the cost of liquidity illiquidity, and third is precautionary demand for money holdings are higher the lower the interest rate, and fourth is uncertainty about payments and receipts in combination with transaction cost give rise to a precautionary demand for money. So here is the explanation. Second option is the correct answer of this question, because second statement is not correct about precautionary demand for money. So here we see the precautionary demand for money refers to holding money to safeguard against unexpected needs or emergencies. This demand is influenced by various factors such as the variability of net disbursement, the cost of illiquidity, and interest rates. So when there is more variability in net disbursement, individuals and business hold more money to prepare for unexpected expenses. So second statement, if the cost of liquidity, the cost of not having liquid money when needed, is low, individuals and businesses do not need to hold as much money for precautionary reason. Thus this statement contradicts the logic of precautionary demand. So that's why the second statement is wrong here. And the next one, why third and fourth one is correct here. When interest rates are low, the opportunity cost of holding money is lower, making it more attractive to hold money for precautionary reasons. Fourth one is the uncertainty in payments and receipts of along with transaction costs indeed increase the need for holding money for precautionary purpose. So first, third and fourth statements are true about demand for money, and second is the wrong statement here, so that second will be the right answer. Next question, second, in classical model, money neutrality indicates that the change in money supply affects only the general price level, because in the classical model, money neutrality indicates the change in the money supply affects only the general price level and not real economic variables such as real output, employment, or relative prices. The concept suggests that changes in the money supply do not have long-term effects on the real economy, but instead only influence nominal variables. That's why the general price answer will be correct here. Now the third question, consider the following. GNP estimated at current prices is the in the year 2000 is 500 billion, and the price index in base year 2000 is 100, and nominal GNP in the year 2005 is 600 billion, and the price index of this uh, for the year 2005 is 110. So the real GNP for this year for the year 2005 will be, so the formula of real GNP will be the real GNP is equal to nominal GNP divided by price index. into 100. So nominal GNP is here 600, and price index is 110 and multiply by 100. So 0 cancel with this 0, and if we cut this one, it gives us 4.45, and 1 is here, 10 is here, so it will be 545.45. That will be 5.45. So second will be the right answer here. Now the fourth question is permanent income hypothesis suggests that as first option is permanent income is the average income. Second is the consumers spend their transitory income but they save rather than spend most of their permanent income. And third is the consumers spend their permanent income but they save rather than spend most of their transitory income. And these the current income is the sum of permanent income and transitory income. So A, C and D are right statement here, but C is B statement is not right. Here we can see why it's wrong about permanent income hypothesis. So about statement first, permanent income is the average income, as permanent income is understood as the average or expected income over time. And third is the C statement is because according to the permanent income hypothesis, consumers smooth their consumption based on their permanent income and treat transitory income as temporary, or often saving it. And D is the as current income can be broken down into permanent long-term expected income and transitory short-term unexpected income. So these three statements are correct, and the second one is the wrong here. So answer will be the first one. A, C, D only statements are correct. Now the next question is fifth is ISLM model. Given the IS curve, the LM curve would shift to the left if so money supply is decreased, and B says money supply is increased, and C says speculative demand for money increases, and D says speculative demand for money decreases. So answer will be the A and C. Both statements are correct. Money supply is decreased and speculative demand for money increases. Here we can see the explanation why is a decrease in money supply reduce the quantity of money available, leading to higher interest rates for a given level of income, which shifts the LM curve to the left. And about C statement, an increase in speculative demand for money means people prefer to hold more money rather than investing or spending it. This increased demand for money at each interest rate level shifts the LM curve to the left. That's why the A and C are the correct answer here, and fourth will be the right option. Now the next question is the sixth question. Assume that S is equal to, it's a very easy question, S is equal to minus saving consumption saving function is here, S is equal to minus 80 plus 0.25 y, and I investment is equal to 70. So equilibrium saving will be, so at equilibrium investment is equal to saving, so there should be no need to calculation. 70 will be the right answer. If you have doubt, so you can calculate as minus save to putting the saving is equal to investment as minus 80 plus 0.25 y is equal to 70. So it will be minus 80 plus 0.25 y is equal to 70. If we solve for y, 0.25, y is equal to 70 plus 80 is equal to 150, and y is equal to divide by 25 into 100 so 25 into 600, so y will be the income will be the 600, and if we put the value of y in the saving function, it will give us is equal the saving. So minus 80 plus 1 by 4 is equal to 0.25 multiplied by 600, which is value of y. So for is, 15 so if we minus the 80 from 150, so it will give us the 70, so 70 will be the right answer here. Equilibrium saving will be the 70. No need to any calculation, because investment is given, so investment is always equal to saving. So the next question is seventh question. If annual labor income is YL and years of working life is WL, then following formula belongs to which consumption hypothesis? So this is also a very easy question. We all know, and the formula of life cycle hypothesis, which is given by Franco Modigliani. So the life cycle hypothesis developed by Franco Modigliani suggests that individuals plan their consumption and savings behavior over their lifetime. They aim to smooth consumption by saving during their working years and this saving during retirement. The formula given reflects this idea by linking consumption to income and the number of working and retirement years. So answer will be the second option here. Now the next question is eighth question. Which theories are future oriented consumption theories? So relative income and permanent income theories. Second is permanent income and life cycle theories, and third is life cycle and absolute income theories, and fourth is absolute income and relative income theories. So life cycle and absolute permanent income and life cycle theory are the future oriented consumption theories. Here is the explanation. The future oriented consumption theories are permanent income and life cycle theories. Both the permanent income and hypothesis and life cycle hypothesis are future oriented consumption theories. They focus on how individuals plan and adjust their consumption based on their expectation of future income and wealth rather than just their current income levels. So second will be the right option here. Now the next question is ninth question. In classical theory of employment and output, which type of unemployment is not possible? So involuntary unemployment was not possible. Option 1 will be the right answer. And now here the explanation. Involuntary unemployment is not possible in classical theories. The classical economists believe that the labor market always clears, meaning that anyone who wants to work at the prevailing wage rate can find employment. So the second will be the right answer for this question, and B statement, involuntary unemployment is the right answer and first option of this. Now the next question is for balanced budget multiplier to be one, which of the following assumption is or are required to balance budget multiplier? So first statement, the government spending is incurred on the purchase of goods and services and not on transfer payments. Second is MPC of taxpayers is equal to MPC of persons benefited by government spending. And third is the government imposes lump sum tax and not proportionate to income tax. And D is there is no adverse impact of government spending on private investment. So A, B, and D statements are assumptions are correct here about the balanced budget multiplier. You can see the explanation. For the balanced budget multiplier to be 1, it is essential that government spending directly impacts aggregate demand and spent on goods and services, and the marginal propensity to consume MPC among taxpayers and recipients of government spending must be equal, and government spending does not negatively impact private investment. This condition ensures that the increase in government spending is matched by an increase in aggregate demand, while the tax increase needed to fund the spending does not lead to a net decrease in private consumption. Assumption C regarding lump sum taxes simplifies the analysis but is not essential for the balanced budget multiplier to be 1. So instead A, B, and D are crucial to maintaining the balanced budget multiplier at 1. So third statement is wrong here, and A, B, and D are the correct. So first option will be the correct answer of this question. Who used the term Pigou effect for the first time? So first time the Pigou effect term used by Don Pentinkin. First option will be the right option, answer here. The the Pigou effect, named after the economist Arthur C. Pigou, AC Pigou, we can say, refers to the theoretical relationship between the real balance of money and consumption. It posits that a drop in the price level increase the real value of money, money holdings, leading to a higher consumer spending and consequently increase aggregate demand, which can help to pull an economy out of depression. While AC Pigou introduced the underlying concept, he did not use the term Pigou effect himself. It was Don Pentinkin who coined the term Pigou effect in 1948. Article in the article Price Flexibility and Full Employment, and later in his influential book Money, Interest and Prices, 1956. Money, Interest and Prices, which was published in 1956. Pentinkin used the term to discuss and build upon Pigou's idea about the relationship between wealth effect and consumption during economic downturns. So the answer will be the first one here. Now the next question is 12th question. Which of the following is correct in case of liquidity trap? So speculative demand for money becomes nearly vertical. These increments to wealth would be held in form of money, and third is there is a general expectation of capital losses on bond that outweigh interest earnings. So option B and C are correct here, and because the increments to wealth would be held in the form of money, the A statement is incorrect here. This is incorrect here because in a liquidity trap the demand for money becomes highly elastic, like that, and rather than vertical. So it's wrong here, and B and C are the correct option. Now the next 13 question is which of the following is true about menu cost under the imperfect competitive market? So a small deviation of price from the optimal price causes a small and negligible swing in demand and correspondingly no change in profits. Second is the small menu cost changes will be bigger than potential profit changes, and third is a small menu cost will have negligible impact on profit changes, and fourth is a small deviation of price from the optimal price causes a huge swing in demand and correspondingly huge swing in profits. So first one will be the right answer here. A small deviation of price from the optimal price causes a small and negligible swing in the demand and correspondingly no change in profits. Here is the explanation. This is why it is true. This is because in an imperfectly competitive market with the menu costs, small price changes typically do not significantly alter or change demand or profits, making frequent price adjustments unnecessary. And the second was incorrect. Why? Because menu costs are typically smaller than potential profit changes, especially in situations where small price changes don't significantly impact demand or profits. And third one is also incorrect. Why? Because a small menu cost will have negligible impact on profit changes, while menu cost may indeed have a negligible impact on profit changes. That's this statement doesn't directly address the relationship between price deviation and demand or profits, which is the core concept related to menu cost in this context. And the next fourth statement is also incorrect because in an imperfectly competitive market, small price deviation usually led to small swings in demand and profits, not huge swings. So answer will be the first option is the correct here. Now the next question, which one of the following takes tasks belong to a real business cycle theory? So first statement is uh, to explain the shocks or disturbances that hit the economy, causing fluctuation in the economic activity. This statement is correct. And these the to explain the mechanism through through which disturbance is spread through the economy, and to explain why shocks to the economy seems to have long life effect. It's not true. Here only the statement A is correct here, and option will be the fourth. We can see the real business cycle theory primarily focus on explaining the shocks or disturbances that hit the economy, causing fluctuation in economic activity. This is this is the core aspects of the real business cycle theory. It seeks to understand and model the sources of economic fluctuation, such as technological changes, changes in productivity, or other exogenous shocks. And why the statement B is wrong here? While the statement is relevant to understanding the effects of economic shocks, it is more associated with other theories like New Keynesian economics or monetarism rather than the real business cycle theory, which primarily focus on the nature and causes of economic fluctuations. So that's why the second statement is the wrong here. Now the next question is which of the following is correct for Phillips curve? So it's also easy question. It because Phillips curve is so simple concept. It shows the inverse relationship between the rate of inflation and the rate of unemployment. It's correct statement about Phillips curve. Its second is its slope and location depends on inflation expectation of labor. It's wrong here. And now the third one is when labor expects a higher inflation rate, the short term Phillips curve shift leftward. It's also true. When labor expect a higher inflation rate, then short term Phillips curve shift leftward. So option will first will be the right answer. A and C will be correct statement here. Statement A shows the inverse relationship between the rate of inflation and the rate of unemployment. This is core characteristic of the Phillips curve, representing the trade-off between inflation and unemployment. And statement C, when labor expects a higher inflation rate, the short-term Phillips curve will shift leftward. This is correct because when labor expects a higher inflation Workers demand higher wages, causing firms to increase prices, leading to higher inflation and a leftward shift in the short-run Phillips curve. So why the this B statement is wrong here? Its slope and while inflation expectation can influence the Phillips curve, they don't determine its slope or location. The slope is typically associated with factors like wage and price rigidities, not just uh, inflation expectations. So the statement is wrong here, and A and C is the correct statement about the Phillips curve. Now the next question, 16, which of the following statement is not correct? Tobin created that an individual investor at a particular time keeps assets either in cash or in bonds. And second, according to Baumol, transaction demand for money is interest elastic. And third is according to Baumol, the relation between transaction demand for money and income is less than proportionate. And fourth one is Tobin transformed Keynes' liquidity preference theory from theory of uncertainty to that of risk. So which one is the not correct here? So fourth one is the not correct here, and all three, first, second, third, are the correct statement. And you can see in the explanation, Tobin indeed analyzed how investors allocate their assets between cash and bonds. And second is the Baumol's model state that transaction demand for money is indeed interest elastic, meaning it responds to changes in interest rates. And third is Baumol's model predicts a sorry less less than proportionate relationship between transaction demand for money and income. And fourth is this is not accurate because Tobin made significant contribution to liquidity preference theory and portfolio choice, but he did not transform Keynesian theory from uncertainty to risk. Instead, Tobin introduced a new concept and ideas such as the Tobin Q ratio, building upon Keynes' original work. So fourth is the correct answer will be here. Now the next 17th question, read the following statement and select correct answer using codes given below. So first statement is marginal efficiency of capital MEC for any capital good is calculated by given its supply price and expected flow of income. And statement B, marginal efficiency of capital and rate of interest are dependent on each other. It's third is the if marginal efficiency of capital is more than rate of interest, invest will be profitable. So A and C will be the right statement, correct statement here, and B is the not correct. About statement A, this statement is correct. The marginal efficiency of capital is determined by comparing the expected flow of income from a capital good with its supply price. And about statement B, why it's wrong, incorrect? While they can influence each other in economic, marginal efficiency of capital and rate of interest are dependent on each other. While they can influence each other on other in economic decision making, they are not inherently dependent on each other. That's why this statement is wrong, and A and C are correct. Why C is correct? Because in investment decision making, if the expected return or marginal efficiency of capital exceeds the cost of capital represented by the rate of interest, then the investment is considered profitable. So that's why the A and C is correct on here. Now the next question, 18th question, is numerical. If IS equation is y is equal to 875 minus 15 I is interest here, and LM equation is y is equal to 750 is plus 10 I is what will be the value of equilibrium interest rate. So we can calculate by equalize both the equation. Is equal to LM, because equilibrium will be there when Is and LM curve intersect each other. So 875 minus 15I is equal to 750 plus 10I. If we equalize the minus 15I plus minus 10I equal to 750 minus 875, so it will give us 125 minus, and it gives us minus minus plus 25 I. So minus cancel with this minus, and I is equal to 125 divided by 25 is equal to 5. So I will be the 5 here. This is the right answer here. Second option will be the right, 5%. Interest rate is 5% here. Now the next question is 19th question. Consider the following equation. GW measures the wage inflation, which is equal to minus epsilon. Epsilon is equal to responsiveness of wage to unemployment, and within bracket mu minus mu star. So mu star is natural rate of unemployment, and mu is unemployment here. So first statement is wages are falling when the unemployment rate exceeds the natural rate when mu is greater than mu star, and rising when unemployment is below the natural rate. And second statement, mu minus mu star is called the unemployment gap. So both statements are correct here. Now the next question is 20th question. Which one sequence indicates the mechanism of a real balance effect? Statement A, people will accurately purchase more than they did before, and these real value or purchasing power of money balance increases. C is when economy goes into recession or depression, wage and prices fall, and this increase in demand will lead to a rise in output and employment level. So which one is correct here? Correct sequence. So it's already in a sequence A, B, C, D is the right answer here. Correct sequence here. We can see here the explanation. People will actually purchase more than they did before. The real balance effect suggests that when the real value or purchasing power of money balance increases, individual and firms tend to spend more because they feel wealthier in real terms. This increased spending leads to higher consumption and purchasing levels than before. So the next one, real value or purchasing power of money balance increases. This is an initial trigger of the real balance effect. It occurs when there is either a decrease in the price level or an increase in the money supply, making each unit of currency able to purchase more goods and services in real terms. So third is when the economy goes into a recession or depression, wages and prices fall. Economic downturns often lead to lower wages and prices as businesses cut costs, and demand for goods and services as for goods and services decreases. This condition can contribute to increase in the real value of money balance. Step and the fourth is increase in demand. Increase in demand will lead to rise in output and employment as people and businesses spend more due to increase in the real value of money balance. Step A, aggregate demand and in the economy rises. This increase in demand encourages businesses to produce more goods and services, leading to a higher output and employment level. So it was explanation of 20th question, and fourth will be the right option here. Now the next question is 21st. Given accelerated coefficient and is 3, and change in output or income is 400 crores, capital stock is 1000 crore, and the rate of replacement is equal to 1/5. Then what will be the gross investment? So gross investment is equal to change in output or change in income multiply by accelerator coefficient. So change in output is what? Change in output is 400, and multiply by accelerator coefficient is here 3. So gross investment will be is equal to 1200 crores. So fourth option will be the right answer here. Now the next question is the biggest component of reserve money in India is the bankers deposit with RBI, but also currency in circulation. But the most appropriate answer is here second, bankers deposit with RBI. Here is the explanation. Reserve money, also known as the monetary base or high powered money, indeed includes currency in circulation and bank reserves. Deposits held by commercial banks with the central bank, while currency in circulation is a significant component of money supply in terms of volume and public uses. In the context of reserve money, the portion held by commercial banks as reserves with the central bank, bankers deposit with RBI is often considered as the biggest component. This is because bankers deposit with RBI represent the portion of reserve money that directly impacts the banking system's liquidity and lending capacity. So second one is the right answer here. Bankers deposit with RBI is the biggest component of reserve money in India. Now the next question is 23rd. Consider the following statement regarding Tobin's Q theory of investment. So first statement is investment in a firm is expected to be higher in the future when the value of Q ratio is larger than 1. So this statement is correct. According to Tobin Q theory of investment, Q ratios greater than 1 suggests that the market value of a firm's assets exceeds the replacement cost of those assets. In this case, firms are incentivized to invest more because they can create value by investing in additional capital. Now the second statement, it induces firms to undertake a net investment even when Q ratio is less than 1 in the present. This statement is incorrect here because Tobin Q theory does not encourage net investment when the Q ratio is below 1. In fact, a Q ratio below 1 implies that the market value of a firm's assets is lower than the replacement cost, which may discourage firms from investing, as indicates potential inefficiencies or overvaluation of assets. So fourth one will the right answer here is the A statement is the correct. And now the next 24th question, if the market value of corporate financial asset is 1,50,000 rupees and the replacement cost of corporate real asset is 75,000 rupees, what will be the value of Tobin Q ratio? So here is the Tobin Q ratio formula. Market value of corporate financial asset divided by a ratio of cost of corporate real assets. So Tobin Q ratio is so market value of corporate financial asset is given here 1,50,000, and the replacement cost of corporate real asset is here 75,000 given. So if we calculate it, it will give us 2. So answer will be the second here. 2 will be the Tobin Q ratio. Now the next is the 25th question. Okun's law says statement A, negative correlation between change in unemployment rate and percent change in real GDP. This statement is correct, and statement B forces that govern the short run business cycle and long run economic growth are same. It's a wrong statement here. We can see here Okun's law states a negative correlation between the change in the unemployment rate and the percentage change in the real GDP. Specifically, it suggests that for every 1% increase in unemployment rate, there is an associated decrease in the real GDP growth rate by approximately 2 to 3%. And why the second statement is wrong here? Because Okun's law pertains specifically to the relationship between unemployment and real GDP changes, not to the forces governing short-run business cycles and long-run economic growth. That's why the second statement is wrong here. Who is the next question 26? Who is the author of the book The Purchasing Power of Money? So Irving Fisher was the author of this book, The Purchasing Power of Money. Its determination and relation to credit, interest, and crisis by Erwin Fisher, assisted by Harry G. Brown. Now the 27th question, which of the following is correct as a result of policy intervention with respect to crowding out effect? So we find the correct result as ISLM and LM, IS and LM curve are vertical, and increase in government spending will shift it rightward and increases income level. And statement 2, this statement is wrong, because ISLM curve are not vertical and they have a downward slope, and increase in government spending would typically shift the IS curve rightward, leading to higher income levels, but it wouldn't necessarily make the ISLM curve vertical. So is the wrong statement here. And B is an increase in demand under fully employed economy will lead to an increase in price level, which further reduce the real balances. This further shifts LM curve to the left and raising interest rate until the initial increase in aggregate demand is fully crowd out. So second statement is the right statement here. Sorry. So answer will be the first one. Only B is the correct statement here. The second statement describes the correctly describes the crowding out effect. When there is a full employment in the economy and government spending increases as part of policy intervention, it can lead to an increase in demand, which in turn increase the price level. This increase in price level reduce real balances, shift the LM curve to the left, and raises the interest rate, effectively crowding out the initial increase in aggregate demand. So now the next question, 28th question. In his analysis of interaction between multiplier and accelerator business cycle model of Samuelson assumes statement is no excess production capacity. First statement is wrong here. First statement is correct here. And 1 year lag in income and consumption is right here. Second is the third statement is 1 year lag in investment and consumer demand. So this one is third statement is wrong. Here will be the fourth, A and B, the right statement. We can say the no excess production capacity. This assumption is a part of Samuelson's analysis, as it implies that the economy is operating at full capacity, which is a key consideration in understanding the interaction between multiplier and accelerator effect. And B is the one year lag in income and consumption. This is another assumption made by the Samuelson in his business cycle model. It introduced a time lag between changes in income and changes in consumption, which is a characteristic feature of his analysis. And why the third is wrong statement here? 1 year lag in investment and consumer demand. This statement is not correct according to Samuelson analysis. The 1 year lag is typically associated with income and consumption, not investment and consumer demand. That's why the wrong statement is C is the wrong statement. And the option will be the fourth one. A and B is the right answer here. Now the next question is a 29th question. Which of the following statement is incorrect with reference to super multiplier? So super multiplier is worked out by combining both induced consumption and induced investment is the right statement here. The super multiplier concept involves the interaction between induced consumption spending generated by increased income and induced investment and respond to changes in income levels. So the next statement, so this is the right statement here, and we should select the incorrect. So second, super multiplier is equal to 1 upon 1 minus C minus V, where C is the marginal propensity to consume and V is the marginal propensity to invest. So this formula is wrong here. So super multiplier formula will be 1 upon 1 minus C plus V, not minus. So that's why because of this one only minus sign, there should be the positive sign. It's a wrong statement here, or we can say the 1 upon S plus V will be the another formula, because C is the marginal propensity to consume and S represent the marginal propensity to save, and V is the marginal propensity to invest. So that's why the second will be the right answer here, because this formula is wrong and this is the correct, and this one is also the correct. Now the third statement, the value of super multiplier is more than the value of simple invest multiplier, is the right statement here. The super multiplier, which combines the effects of consumption and investment, is generally larger than the simple investment multiplier, which only considered induced consumption. And the fourth statement, the concept of super multiplier is given by J.R. Hicks, is also true. So the next 30th question, consider the following statement with regard to Phillips curve. Statement first is a low cyclical unemployment pulls the inflation rate down, which is wrong statement here, and B is the beneficial supply shock causes inflation to fall, is the right statement here. So option will be the first one. Why it's right and wrong? Statement is incorrect because according to the traditional Phillips curve, low cyclical employment is associated with the low wage pressures in wage pressure increase as firms compete for fewer workers, leading to higher costs and thus higher inflation. And why the second B statement is right here? Because a beneficial supply shock such as technological improvement or a drop in oil prices increase the overall supply of goods and services, which typically leads to lower prices and thus lower inflation. So that's why the second statement is right, and option B will be the option 1, and statement 1 will be the statement B will be the correct here. Now the 31st question and the last question for today, which of the following is incorrect about money multiplier? So the money multiplier is larger the smaller the reserve ratio, and second is the money multiplier is money multiplier is larger the smaller the currency deposit ratio, and the third is the money multiplier is larger than 1 means lower the deposits are as a fraction of the money stock. So only C statement is incorrect here. C is the incorrect here only, and A and B are the correct statement. We can see the explanation here. The money multiplier is inversely related to the a reserve ratio. A smaller reserve ratio means banks can lend out more of their deposits, leading to a larger money multiplier. And statement B is the currency deposit ratio refers to the proportion of money held by the public in the form of currency rather than deposited in banks. A smaller currency deposit ratio means more money is available for banks to lend, increasing the money multiplier. And third statement is incorrect because a money multiplier larger than 1 actually indicates that banks are creating more money through lending than the initial deposits. It doesn't directly relate to the fraction of deposits in the money stock. So that's all about the today. We discussed 31 question. Question number 32. Which of the following is correct about efficiency of wage theory? So first option is wage might be set above the market clearing rate in order to motivate workers. Second option is it offers an explanation for slow changes in real wages. Third is the it does not explain why the average nominal wage is slow slow to change. And the last statement is efficiency wage theory can generate some stickiness in nominal wages, even if the costs of resetting prices are quite small. So what will be the right answer of this question? There are only two A and B statements are correct here. We can see the explanation. um, so why the first statement is correct? Efficiency wage theory posits that paying higher than market clearing wage can increase worker productivity, reduce turnover, and attract higher quality employees. That's why A statement is true. Now the second statement, it offers an explanation for slow changes in real wage. Why it's true? Efficiency wage theory suggests that firms may keep wages above market levels, which can lead to wage rigidity and slow adjustments in real wages over time. And why the C and D are C and D are incorrect. Efficiency wage theory can explain wage rigidity, including why nominal wages might not adjust quickly in response to economic changes. And D is also incorrect here. By setting wages above the market clearing levels, firms can create wage stickiness, making nominal wages slow to adjust even if price adjustment costs are low. So that's why the option fourth is correct here. A and B statements are correct about the efficiency of wage theory. Now the next question is matching question, list 1 and list 2. So monetarism, we all know monetarism is related to Milton Friedman. So what is monetarism? Monetarism, Milton Friedman became a prominent advocate of monetarism in 1950s and 1960s with significant works such as a monetary history of the United States published in 1963. So A matched with the fourth, and here is a single option which is A is matched with the fourth, Milton Friedman. So that's why the fourth will be the right answer here. Now we can see the other options. Employment multiplier. So we all know employment multiplier given by the R.F. Khan in 1931. And third is the multiplier effect of balanced budget given by T. Havelmo in 1945, and the rational expectation related to John Moth in 1961. Sorry, 1961 is the right year. So the fourth option will be the right answer. Now the next question is 34th question. Which is the correct sequence of effects of an increase in money supply in the new classical view? So first option is the increase in output and price level. Second is shift in the aggregate demand schedule. Third is shift in the labor demand schedule, and employment would rise. And the fourth is employment and output to fall back to the initial level. And fifth is the due to the increase in expected money supply, the aggregate supply schedule and labor supply schedule would shift to the left. So the correct sequence is B, A, C, E, D here. Third option is the right sequence, shows the right sequence here. How it so the new classical views rely heavily on rational expectation, meaning that economic agents anticipate future changes and adjust their behavior accordingly. So first will be the B. Why? Initially, an increase in the money supply shifts the aggregate demand curve to the right, because there is more money in the economy to spend on goods and services. Second will be the A statement, increase in output and price level. So this shift in aggregate demand leads to a temporary increase in both output and the price level. Then after A, C will be the right one. Shift in the labor demand schedule and employment would rise. As firms respond to the higher demand, they demand more labor, which increase employment temporarily. And after that, E, uh, due to increase in expected money supply, the aggregate supply schedule and labor supply schedule would shift to the left. Over time, as workers and firms adjust their expectations about the increased money supply, expecting higher future inflation, the aggregate supply and labor supply schedule shift to the left. And last one is the D, employment and output to fall back to the initial level. Ultimately, these adjustments result in employment and output falling back uh, to their initial level as the economy returns to its natural level of output with the higher price level. So third one will be the right answer. Now the next question is which of the following statement is not correct regarding efficiency wage hypothesis? So high wages increase efficiency and productivity of workers, and it's correct, and it's correct, but question is asking about not correct. It is the interest of firms to set the real wage above the market clearing level. It's also correct. And turnover, third one is the turnover cost theory does not relate to efficiency wage theory. So this one will be the incorrect statement, and the second option will be the right answer here for this question. We can see here the explanation. Each statement is correct. One of the core principles of the efficiency wage hypothesis is that paying workers higher wages can lead to increased productivity and efficiency due to better morale, lower turnover, and more effort from employees. And second statement is also correct. According to the efficiency wage hypothesis, it can be beneficial for firms to pay wages above the market clearing level to reduce turnover, attract higher quality employees, and increase overall productivity. And why the third statement is incorrect or wrong here? Turnover cost theory is directly related to efficiency wage theories. Higher wages can reduce employee turnover, which in turn lowers the cost associated with hiring and training new employees. This is a key part of the efficiency based hypothesis. So uh, C will be the incorrect statement here. Now the next question 36, which is incorrect in new Keynesian model. So first option, most new Keynesian models rely on perfect competition. That statement is incorrect here, and this one will be the right answer, because most of new Keynesian models typically do not assume perfect competition. Instead, they often incorporate market imperfections such as monopolistic competition or imperfect information to explain phenomena like price stickiness and wage rigidity in the economy. So the appropriate answer of this question is will be the first. We can say the other options also. Prices can be sticky even though the menu cost of adjustment are quite small. Why this statement is correct? One of the key feature of the new Keynesian model is the assumption of price stickiness, where prices do not adjust immediately in response to changes in demand or supply, despite the relatively small menu cost associated with price adjustment. And why the third statement is correct? Firms face a downward sloping demand curve. In the new Keynesian model, firms typically face a downward sloping demand curve, indicating that higher prices lead to lower quantity demand. And the fourth, the new Keynesians try to build models based on maximizing behavior. Why this statement is correct? New Keynesian models incorporate the idea of rational agents who make decisions to maximize their utility or profit, similar to the assumptions in mainstream economic models. Therefore the first one will be the right answer here. Now the next question is 30 seventh question, which of the following is not a theoretical conclusion of new classical macroeconomics? So first option is labor market is a kind of correct market. Second is there is no role of demand management policy in economy. That one will be the right answer here. And the next right answer, but wrong statement. And the third statement, if changes in aggregate demand is anticipated, then it will not have any impact on output and employment. And the fourth is economic agents make rational expectations. So here is a explanation. This statement is consistent with new classical macroeconomics. The first statement, labor market is a kind of contract market. About this statement, the statement is consistent with the new classical macroeconomics. In this new classical view, labor markets are often seen as markets where contracts are formed between employers and employees based on rational decision making and information. Why second statement is incorrect? New classical macroeconomics does emphasize the importance of market efficiency and rational expectations. However, it does not entirely discount the role of demand management policies, especially in the short run or under specific conditions. And third statement is right, because this statement aligns with new classical macroeconomics. The theory of rational expectations suggests that if economic agents anticipate changes in aggregate demand accurately, the impact on output and employment may be minimal, because agents adjust their behavior accordingly. And about the fourth statement, because of lack of space here, that's why I didn't mention. So fourth statement, this is consistent with the new classical macroeconomics. So the theory assumes that economic agents from rational expectations based on all available information, including past experiences and current economic conditions. So that's the explanation about the seventh question, and the right answer will be the second one, which is a wrong statement. Question asking about wrong statement. Now the next 38th question, real business cycle theorists are convinced that business cycle can be explained as an equilibrium phenomena. These fluctuation in output come as optimizing economic agents response to real shocks, and third is the policies that try to prevent fluctuations are necessary. So A and B statements are correct here, and C is the incorrect. So option second will be the right answer. So statement A, business cycles can be explained as an equilibrium phenomena. uh, Real business cycles theorists believe that business cycles are part of the natural equilibrium of the economy. They argue that fluctuations in output and employment are driven by real shocks such as changes in technology or productivity, and these fluctuations are considered as part of the efficient functioning of the market. So the next fluctuation in output come as optimizing economic agents respond to real shocks. So real business cycles theorists emphasize that fluctuations in output and other economic variables occurs as optimizing economic agents. Firms and individuals react to real shocks in the economy. For example, if there is a positive technological shock, firms may increase production and investment, leading to an economic expression. And while the third statement is incorrect, policies that try to prevent fluctuations are necessary. Uh, real business real business cycle theorists argue against the necessity of policies aimed at preventing or stabilizing fluctuations in the economy. They believe that attempting to actively intervene to stabilize fluctuations can be ineffective or even counterproductive, as they view fluctuations as natural responses to real shocks that play a role in reallocating resources efficiently. So in summary, we can say a real business cycle theorist views business cycles as equilibrium phenomena driven by real shocks, and they emphasize that economic agents responses to these shocks led to fluctuations in output. However, they do not advocate for policies aimed at preventing these fluctuations, as they consider them as a part of the efficient functioning of the markets. That's all about the 38th question, a real business cycle theorist view. Now the next question is 39th question. What happens if trade restrictions are imposed under floating exchange rates? That's the most important question here. So first is a tariff or an import quota shift the net exports schedule to the right. B is the ISK shift to the right, and third is exchange rate will decrease, and fourth is income will be left unchanged. So first, second, and third will be the right answer here. Why they are right? When each country imposes tariff on or import quotas, it reduces the quantity of imports. That's easy. We all know this will happen. This reduction in imports increases net exports, shifting the net exports schedule to the right. This is a direct impact on of trade restrictions on the trade balance. So that's why the first statement is true. Second one, restrictions typically do not directly affect the IS investment saving curve. The IS curve represents the equilibrium in the goods and services market, influenced by factors like consumption, investment, and government spending. Trade restrictions primarily impact the external sector and exports rather than the domestic factors represented by the IS curve. So that's why B statement is also correct here. When a country's net export increase due to trade restrictions, there is a higher demand for its currency to pay for exports. This increased demand can lead to an appropriation can This increased demand can lead to an appreciation of the domestic currency, causing the exchange rate to decrease. However, it's important to note that exchange rate movements can be influenced by various other factors as well. So it was about 39th question, and fourth will be the right answer here. Now the next question is 40th question regarding growth, distribution, trade-offs. According to Lewis, which of the statement is correct here? So a statement: growth of an enclave can enrich the traditional sector in a number of ways. So this statement is correct because this statement aligns with the Lewis views of development, where growth in certain sectors can lead to spillover effects and positive externalities benefiting other sectors, including the traditional sectors. And the second one, the inegalitarianism of the development process depends more on failure to trickle down vertically than from the failure of the horizontal spread from the enclaves to the traditional sector. So it's also true because Lewis emphasized that the main issue in development is often the failure to distribute benefits vertically, trickle down effect, rather than the failure of a horizontal spread from developed sector to the traditional sector. So that's why both statements are correct here, and B second will be the right answer. Now the next question 41: which are the dimensions of travel cost analysis of the demand for an environmental goods? So first. How demand depends on quality of the good. Second is number and duration of the trips during a period of time. And third is the treatment of substitute sites. So all the three statements are given here correct. This step involves, first statement, how demand depends on quality of the good. This step involves defining the market scenario in which the contingent valuation will take place, including specifying the environmental good being valued, the context and the participants. The second one, the number and duration of the trips during a period of time. After defining the market scenario, the next step is to choose an appropriate elicitation method, such as surveys, interviews, or hypothetical market experiments to gather valuation data from participants. And next, third once the elicitation method is chosen, the sampling design needs to be established to select a representative sample of participants or respondents for the evaluation study. Finally, if applicable, oh my god, sorry, it was about 40 seconds question, not about 41. Now I'll try to re-explain the 41 question here. How demand depends on quality of the good. So this dimension considers how the demand for an environmental good is influenced by its quality, such as its clean lines, accessibility or attractiveness, and the number and duration of the trips during a period of time. This dimension involves analyzing how the demand for the environmental good varies based on factors like frequency and duration of trips taken to access or enjoy the good. And the third is treatment of substitute sites. This dimension examines how the availability of alternative sites or substitutes impacts the demand for the environmental good, as individuals may choose different locations based on factors like cost, convenience, or preference. So that's all about 41st question. All three statements are correct. Now the 42 question: which one indicates the correct sequence of steps in conducting a contingent valuation estimate of demand for an environmental good? So I explained here this uh, pattern is already in a correct manner or a correct sequence. Define market scenario. Firstly we should define market scenario, then choose elicitation method, and then design sampling, and after that design experiment. So the uh, for design experiment statement we I discuss here. If applicable, designing and it was remaining that time. So finally, if applicable, designing and conducting the experiment or valuation scenario based on the chosen elicitation method and sampling design to estimate the demand for the environmental good through contingent valuation. It's a little bit complex. uh, don't worry about it. So the next question is which of the following is a type of command and control regulation. This question is new for me. Now the first option is performance standards, and second is both technology standards and performance standard, and third is none of these, and fourth is technology standards. So second option will be the right answer here, both technology standards and performance standards. Why it's true, why the second is answer here. So performance standards and technology standards are both types of command and control regulations used in environmental policy and regulation. Performance standards set specific limits on the amount of pollution that can be emitted by a source of or sorry, source or facility, and the technology standards specify the types of technologies or equipment that must be used to control pollution emissions. So second option will be the right answer. Now the next question is 44th question. Which of the following statement is incorrect if a tax on pollution is imposed? So first option increases welfare through the Pigouvian tax, Pigouvian effect, and second is the increases welfare through the revenue recycling effect. Third is reduces welfare through the tax interaction effect, and fourth is decreases welfare through the Pigouvian effect. So this statement will be the incorrect statement, and all three are the correct statement here, and fourth will be the right answer. Why the all statements are three statements are true, and fourth one is the incorrect here. We can see that here a tax on pollution typically increases welfare through the Pigouvian effect by internalizing the external costs associated with the pollution, increasing farms to reduce pollution levels to the socially optimal level. The tax can also increase welfare through the revenue recycling effect, where the tax revenue can be used to fund public goods or reduce distortionary taxes for the benefiting society. However, the tax interaction effect can reduce welfare if the tax interacts with the existing market distortions, leading to unintended consequences or inefficiencies in the market. So now the next question is 45. The first economist to introduce the concept of learning by doing was the by the Kenneth J. Arrow. So Kenneth J. Arrow introduced the concept of learning by doing 1962, emphasizing productivity improvements through experience and practice. Now the next 46th question, concept of disembodied technical changes is associated with the D and C. D and Solo and Abramovich. The correct answer will be here, the fourth one. So uh, why not the Calder and Kendrick is not answer here. Nicholas Calder made significant contribution to growth theory, but he is not specifically associated with the concept of disembodied technical change. And Kendrick W. D.W. Jorgensen and Edward F. Denison are known for their work on total factor productivity and growth accounting, but Kendrick is not specifically associated with the concept of a disembodied technical change, but Solo and Abramovich was associated with this concept disembodied technical change. Abramovich contributed to understanding the role of technological change in economic growth, but he is not specifically associated with the concept of disembodied changes. So, and therefore, the correct answer will be the D and C, because Robert Solow introduced the concept of disembodied technical change in his growth model, and Abramovich also contributed to understanding the technological change in growth, although not specifically tied to the concept of disembodied technical change, but he uh, did some work about the role of contributed to understanding technological change in growth. That's why the D and C will be the right answer here, right option, and fourth will be the right option. And now the next 47th question, which of the following is correct about sustainable development goals? So it sustainable development goals are universal for all nations, and is it, I think it will be not true, or it may be true, because sustainable goals and sustainable development goals are not for all nations. It's all for uh, only for the member countries, but maybe I will be wrong, uh, but as per my point of view, it's for only the member countries of United Nations. And now the next B statement, United Nations adopted these goals through the document titled Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The statement is true, and the third statement is the Sustainable Development Goals are legally binding for all nations. So, which one is the correct statement here? So I'm not sure about this question answer of this question, because I'm not sure about this statement, and about second, and about C, B and C. B is the correct, accurate, proper, 100%. I'm sure that this is a accurate statement, and about the third statement, the sustainable development goals are legally binding for all nations, is not correct statement. So maybe this will be the third one will be the answer here, because we can see here the statement. This statement, first statement is correct according, when I search on it on net, then it gives this answer, but I think it's not for all nations, it's for only the member countries. So we should go for the about the net content. That's why I written here this the first statement is correct, in the sense that the SDGs are intended to apply universally to all nations, including both developed and developing countries. They provide a global framework for addressing various challenges irrespective of a country's development status. And the second statement is correct. The SDGs were adopted by United Nations through the document Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015. And the third statement, this statement is incorrect, because the SDGs are not legally binding. They serve as a global framework for sustainable development, but they do not impose legal obligation on the countries. Now the next question will be the 48th question. uh, Consider the following statements regarding sustainable development goals. So SDGs contains 17 goals and 180 targets, so it's wrong, it contains only 169 targets. So that's why the statement A will be the wrong here, because of the 180 target. It will be the correct targets are the 169. So the second statement, SDGs were adopted at New York in September 2015. It's the correct statement here. SDGs were adopted at New York in 2000 September 2015. So answer will be the third one here. Only B is correct. Now the next question is 49th question. Now what is the India's rank in a recently released climate change performance index? So it was 7th. Here is the explanation. India's ranked 7th in the Climate Change Performance Index (CCPI). You should know about the. You should aware about the this full form of CCPI, Climate Change Performance Index, because it can be asked in any exams. So this in the 2022 24, and the data used by the CCPI of 2023 year. So this represents an improvement from the 8th position in the previous year. The CCPI evaluates countries based on their climate policies, greenhouse gas emissions, and energy use and renewable energy adoption. India is noted for its relatively lower per capita emissions and significant efforts toward renewable energy and climate policy, although it still heavily relies on coal, oil, and gas for its energy needs. So now the next question: following which of the following is true about eurozone crisis? So it's very important question from Indian economy. You should aware about it. The first statement is this crisis started with Greece but spread rapidly to Ireland, Portugal, and Spain, and subsequently Italy. So this statement is correct because this the crisis originated in Greece and quickly affected other eurozone countries like Ireland, Portugal, Spain, and Italy. So that's why statement A is correct here. Now the second, the eurozone economy suffered a major sovereign debt crisis in 2010. So the second statement is also correct. The sovereign debt crisis is in the eurozone becomes particularly pronounced in 2010. And the third statement, to resolve it in May 2010, the European finance ministers agreed on a rescue package worth 750 billion to ensure financial stability. So this statement is also correct here because in May 2010 a rescue package of 750 billion euros was agreed upon by European finance minister to stabilize the eurozone. And the fourth one, Brexit made it very severe in 2011 as incorrect statement because Brexit, the UK's decision to leave the European Union, was not factor in the eurozone crisis in 2011. Brexit occurred much later with the referendum held in 2016 and the official exit in 2020. So the right answer will be the ABC. And this statement is wrong here. Now the next question, 51, which of the following is not related to India's National Action Plan for Climate Change, NAPCC, National Action Plan for Climate Change, given by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change? So I will give you the name of I'll give you a name of 8 National Action Plan missions. Here the first one was the National Solar Mission, second was the National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, and third is the National Mission on Sustainable Habitat, and fourth is National Water Mission, fifth is National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem, sixth one is the National Mission for a Green India, Seventh one is a national mission for sustainable agriculture, and the last but not least is the national mission on strategic knowledge for climate change. So national uh, urban development mission is not included in this in these all 8 missions. Here is if any confusion about efficient and cost effective strategies for end use demand side management is related with the energy efficiency. National mission for enhanced energy efficiencies. This objective is related with this the third sorry second uh, national action plan mission. So the first one will be the right answer, because national urban development mission was not there in the 8 missions of national action plan. Now the next question is 52. Which of the following is true for command and control regulations? uh, so first one is a firm or polluter does not have flexibility at all. Second is a firm or polluter may have some limited flexibility. And third is a firm or polluter has full flexibility and does not have flexibility at all. And the fourth one is a firm or polluter has full flexibility. So command and control regulations set specific limits on the amount of pollution that can be emitted, and may prescribe the technologies or methods that must be used to achieve uh, these limits. However, firms or polluters can flexibility have some flexibility in how they meet these standards, such as choosing from the list of approved technologies or methods. So second will be the right answer here. Here is also the explanation. Specific limits command and sorry specific limits command and control regulations typically set specific quantitative limitation emissions or prescribe certain technologies that must be used. Second is some flexibility while firms must comply with these limits or prescribed technologies. They often have some degree of choice in how to achieve compliances. For example, they might choose between different technologies that meet the regulatory requirements. And limited flexibility. The flexibility is limited because firms must adhere to the specific standards and technologies prescribed by the regulations, which restricts their ability to innovate to find more cost effective solutions independently. So now the next question is 53rd. In the context of regulation of environmental pollution, which one of the following is an economic incentive? Marketable permits. Second is the liability. So first one will be the incentive for the economic incentive for regulation of environmental pollution. So marketable permits. So A will be the only correct answer here, not the liability. Here is a little bit explanation I discussed with you. Marketable permits, also known as tradable permits or cap and trade systems, are a form of economic incentives. They all allow firms to buy and sell permits to emit a certain amount of pollution. This creates a financial incentive for firms to reduce emissions. Firms that can reduce emissions at a lower cost can sell their excess permits to other firms. This system encourages overall cost effective reductions in pollution. Why the second liability is wrong here? Liability is in the context of environmental regulation generally refers to holding firms legally responsible for the pollution they cause. While this can create a deterrent effect and encourage firms to reduce pollution to avoid legal consequences. It is not typically classified as an economic incentive. Economic incentive directly tie financial rewards or penalties to the level of pollution reduction, such as through taxes, subsidies, or tradable permits. Therefore, marketable permits are considered as an economic incentive, while liabilities is a legal mechanism rather than an economic incentive. So the next question 54, the mechanism in which a firm achieves emission levels below an established standard and is allowed to save pollution permits, yeah, for future sale or use is called banking will be the right answer here. And I will explain all the fourth all the four options. So start with the netting. Netting, what is netting? Netting usually refers to offsetting emissions from one source within a company or entity against reductions achieved elsewhere within that some same entity. It's a way of managing emissions internally. I'm repeating again, it's a way of managing emissions internally. Now the second, offset. An offset is a reduction in emissions of greenhouse gases or other pollutants made to compensate for emissions and made elsewhere. This is often used in the context of emissions trading system, where companies can purchase offsets to meet their emissions targets. Now the third one, the banking, which is the right option here. Banking allows firms to save pollution permits for future use or sale. If a company emits below its allocated limit, it can keep the excess permits for future use or sell them to other companies that need them to comply with the regulations. And last one is the bubble provision. This refers to a system where multiple facilities or sources within a company are considered as one entity for regulatory purpose. This can allow flexibility in meeting emissions targets by allowing one facility to emit more if another emits less, as long as the total emissions for the company remains within the limits. So in context of achieving emission levels below an established standard and managing permits or allowances, the correct answer would be the banking here. Now the next 55 question, which of the following is incorrect region for public interest theory of regulation? Public interest theory of regulation. So first one will be the incorrect option, incorrect statement, and right option here. By interest group influence government to promote their own agenda. Second one is the imperfect information, and third is the externality, and fourth is imperfect competition. Why the first one is the right option and other one will note. So this is first option, in interest group influence government to promote their own agenda. This is not aligned with the public interest theory. The theory suggests that regulations are created to serve the broader public interest and correct make market failure, not to cater to the agendas to of a specific interest group or government factions. Now this by the not second one, imperfect information. This is a valid reason. This is they all are the correct statement three, but first one will be the incorrect here. That's why the right answer. So imperfect information, this is a valid reason for for the public interest theory of regulation in markets. With imperfect information, consumers may not have all the information they need to make informed decisions, which can lead to market inefficiencies. Regulations can help ensure transparency and protect consumers. And externalities, another valid reason for the public interest theory. Externalities are cost or benefits that affect parties not directly involved in a transaction. Regulations can address negative externalities like pollution and promote positive externalities like education or healthcare. Now the next one is imperfect competition. This is also a valid reason. Imperfect competition occurs when a market is not perfectly competitive, leading to issues like monopolies or oligopolies. Regulations can be used to promote competition, prevent monopolistic practices, and ensure fair market condition. So first statement will be the right answer and incorrect statement here. Now the next question 56, which one is the not contingent valuation method? So trade-off gain method is not a contingent valuation method. Costless choice method is also is contingent valuation method here. Delphi method and travel cost method is a contingent valuation method. So the right answer will be the fourth one. Trade-off game method is not a uh, not a contingent valuation method. So costless choice method is what? This method is a type of contingent valuation method. It involves asking individuals to choose between two or more hypothetical scenarios with the different environmental attributes. By analyzing their choices, researchers can estimate the economic value of those attributes. And the next one, Delphi method. The Delphi method is not a contingent valuation method. It is a structured communication technique used to gather opinions from a panel of experts. It involves multiple rounds of surveys and feedbacks aiming to achieve consensus on a particular topic. And travel cost method, so I think both option will be the right answer here. Delphi method and travel of game method. And this question will be delete, I think, maybe. And travel cost method, this is indeed a contingent valuation method. It estimates the economic value of a recreational site or a natural resource by analyzing the travel cost people incur to visit that site. By studying how far people travel and the expenses involved, economists can infer the value people place on the site. And the last, trade-off game method. This method is not a contingent valuation method. It is a technique used in experimental economics to study decision making and trade-offs. Participants are typically asked to make choices in simulated economic scenarios to understand their preferences and values. So the options that are contingent valuation methods are costless choice method and travel cost method, while the Delphi method and trade-off game method are not the contingent valuation method here. So both will be the right answer, right option here. Now the next question is 57th question. Which of the following is true for Calder growth model under constant working population? So first statement in this model, Caldor establishes that the proportionate growth rate of total real income will be the same as the proportionate growth rate of output per head. This statement is correct here. Why it's correct? Here is the explanation. The Calder growth model, under the assumption of constant working population, establishes that the proportionate growth rate of total real income will be the same as the proportionate growth rate of output per head. This is essentially what the Calder model is known for. So that's why the A statement is right here. And about the what about second B? It is based on the Keynesian full employment assumption, in which the short period supply of aggregate goods and services is inelastic and irresponsive to any increase in monetary demand. So this statement is not true for the Calder growth model, as it describes a different economic concept related to Keynesian full employment assumption. That's why it's not true here, and option will be right answer will be the only A statement is true. Now the next question, why 58, why market prices of goods may not reflect their social value. So statement 1, government imposed taxes, subsidy, tariff and control. And B is the imperfections in the market, and C is the existence of externalities. All the three statements are true here. Means the answer here, because they all are not reflecting their social value. So government imposed taxes, subsidy, tariff and control. These incentives can distort market prices, making them different from the social value of goods. Imperfection in the market imperfection like monopolies, information asymmetry, or lack of competition can lead to prices not reflecting social values accurately, and existing of externalities such as environmental pollution or positive spillover effects are not typically accounted for in the market prices, causing a discrepancy between market prices and social value. So third will be the right answer. Now the next question is 59th. According to Amartya Sen, what matters what matters fundamentally in case of measuring poverty. So things a person has utility, and what a person is or can be and or does or can do, and fourth is income. So third will be the right option here. What a person is or can be and does or can do. Why this perspective looks beyond just material possession or income and focuses on people's capabilities, opportunities, and the freedom to lead a life they value. So third one will be the right answer. Now the 60th question. According to Coe's first theorem, um, which is the which of the sorry according to the Coe's first theorem, which one is the correct here? So first one is market value due to property rights can be eliminated through government intervention. Second is the market value due to property rights can be eliminated through private bargaining among the affected parties. And third one is the none of these hold true. And fourth is market failure due to property rights cannot be eliminated. So second will be the right answer here, and here is the explanation why the others are wrong. The first statement, market failure is due to property rights can be eliminated through government intervention. This statement contradicts Coe's theorem. Coase argued that private bargaining among parties could address market failure related to property rights under certain conditions without requiring government intervention. So that's why it's not correct statement first. So now the second statement, this aligns with the Coe's first theorem. Coase suggested that when property rights are clearly defined and transaction costs are low, parties can negotiate privately to resolve issues related to externalities or property rights, leading to an efficient outcome. That's why the second statement is correct here. And about the fourth statement, market failure due to property rights cannot be eliminated. This statement is not accurate. Coase theorem does propose that market failure due to property rights can be resolved through private bargaining under specific conditions. The fourth statement, this is a generalization and not in a line with the Coase theorem. Coase argument was that under certain circumstances, private negotiations could indeed resolve market failures related to property rights. So that's all about the 60th question, and second will be the right answer. Now the 61, which of the following growth model assumes neutral technical progress? Here is also some doubt in this question, because I study about both neutral technical progress in both Harrod and Solo, both model, but answer will be the right Solo here, because the solo growth model does indeed focus on labor augmenting technical progress, where technological advancement primarily enhance the productivity of labor. This means that in the solo model, technical progress is neutral with respect to labor, as it benefits all workers equally. This is often referred to as a labor augmenting neutrality. And the Harrod model and capital augmenting neutrality, on the other hand, the Harrod model, which is sometimes associated with the Harrod model, emphasizes capital augmenting technical progress. In this context, technological advancement primarily enhance the productivity of capital such as machinery and equipment. This means that technical progress is neutral with respect to capital, benefiting all capital equally. This is often referred to as capital augmenting neutrality. So the given these explanation, both options first and second could be considered valid depending on the specific context and focus on the technical progress. However, in the general sense, the solo model is more closely associated. I'm saying that in the general sense, the solo model is more closely associated with labor augmenting neutrality, while the hard model and while the hard model is associated, or Harrod-Domer model is associated with capital augmenting neutrality. If the question specifically asks about the technical progress that benefits labor equally, option will be the one would be the right answer, but it's asking about the neutral technical progress. So we should go for the with the second option, not with the first. If question asking about the uh, about the technical progress that benefits labor equally, then we go with the solo. Now question asking about normally the neutral technical progress. So growth model assume that neutral technical progress, so we should go with the both hard model and solo model. Maybe I will be wrong here, so don't mind. Now the next question is 62. Which one is incorrect in case of Pigovian fee? So first statement is marginal cost of pollution control will be equated across all polluters. This statement is right here because under a Pigouvian fee, each firm will continue to reduce pollution until the marginal cost of pollution control equals the Pigouvian fee. This ensures that the marginal cost of pollution control are equalized across all firms, leading to an efficient allocation of pollution control efforts. Second statement is those with high pollution control cost will control relatively more than firms with the lower pollution control cost. This statement is incorrect here, and this will be the right answer mm, because firms with high pollution control cost will control less pollution and pay the Pigouvian fee instead, while firms with lower pollution control cost will control more pollution to avoid paying the fee. The fee incentivized firms to control pollution up to the point where their marginal cost equals the fee, leading firms with lower controls cost to do more of the controlling. So now the next statement, firms with a different pollution control cost receive the correct signals regarding how much pollution to generate. And this statement is also correct. The Pigouvian fee provides a price signal that reflects the social cost of pollution. Each firm will compare its own marginal cost of pollution control with the fee and decide whether to reduce pollution or pay the fee. This leads firms to generate the socially optimal amount of pollution given their individual control cost. And the fourth one is all firms will control pollution at the same level of marginal cost. This statement is also right here. The Pigouvian fee leads firms to reduce pollution until their marginal cost of pollution control equals the fee. Since the fee is the same for all firms will end up controlling pollution at the same marginal cost level, although the total amount of pollution controlled may differ between firms depending on their individual costs. So that's all about the 62th question. And now the next question is 63rd. When price of a commodity changes due to the action of others is known as pecuniary externality. Will be the right answer here. We will discuss all the options here. The first one, the production externality. This type of externality occurs when the production activities of a firm directly affect the production capabilities, costs, or benefits of other firms or individuals. Production externalities can be positive or negative. For example, pollution from a factory uh, negatively affecting nearby agriculture production in in a negative production externality. Alternatively, beekeepers bee pollinating a nearby farmer's crops in a positive production externality. So now the next pecuniary externality. Pecuniary externalities arises when the actions of individuals or firms affect market prices, which in turn impact others. These externalities operate through price changes rather than through the direct physical or utility effects. For example, a large if a large number of people to buy buy electric cars, the increased demand might raise the price of electric cars, and lithium lithium batteries impacting others who want to purchase these products. The next third investment externalities occurs when an uh, individuals or firms investment decisions impact the costs or benefits of other individuals or firms. These externalities are often seen in sectors like research and development, R&D. For instance, firm's investment in R&D may lead to technological advancement that benefit other firms in the industry. A positive investment externality. And the next and last one is the consumption externality. This type of externality occurs when the consumption activities of one individual or household directly affect the well-being of others. Consumption externality can also be positive or negative. For example, smoking in public places imposes negative externalities or non-smokers, while immunization against infectious disease provides positive externalities by reducing the spread of disease. In summary, when the price of a commodity changes due to the action or other, it is referred to as a pecuniary externality. So second will be the right option here. Now the next question, 64th, which of the following statements is or are true with regard to Harrod's view of on neutral technical progress? So statement A, if the rate of profit remains unchanged, if the rate of profits remains unchanged and the capital output ratio increases, the technical progress would be labor saving. And so first statement is true because labor saving technical progress implies that less labor is required to produce the same output, which often results in an increased capital output ratio. Since more capital is being used relative to labor, if the rate of profit uh, which in the which is the return on capital remains unchanged, this situation indicates that the technical progress has made the production process more capital intensive, thus saving on labor. Now the second statement, it alters the technical progress. The capital output ratio remains constant while the rate of profit uh, increases. The technical progress would be capital saving. So this statement is also true because capital saving technical progress means that less capital is required to produce the same output. If the capital output ratio remains constant but the rate of profit increases, it implies that the efficiency of capital uses has improved, allowing for higher profits without increasing the amount of capital per unit of output. This can be interpreted as a capital saving technical progress. So both statements are correct here, and second will be the right answer. Now the 65 question, which of the following is 65th question, which of the following is not correct about disembodied technical change? So first option is that the disembodied technical progress can cause a shift in the production function while the factors inputs remains the same. This statement is correct because disembodied technical progress refers to improvements in technology that allow for increased output without changing the quantity or quality of factor inputs. It can lead to a shift in the production function, meaning that more output can be produced with the same input due to technological advancement. So this statement is correct, and the question is asking about the not correct statement. And output, second statement, output will increase without improvement in the productivity of all the factors. This statement is totally wrong, because disembodied technical change does lead to increased output, but it does so by improving the overall productivity of factors, not necessarily all factors individually. It can involve improvements in process, methods, or technologies that boost overall production efficiency. So that's why the second will be the right answer, and the wrong statement or not correct statement here. Now the next, third statement, all units of capital stocks are assumed as identical. This statement is also correct here. Uh, Disembodied technical change often assume that the capital is homogeneous, meaning that all units of capital are considered equal in terms of their contribution of production. This simplification allows for easier analysis of the effects of technological improvements. And the last statement is, in this technical change, we obtain more output from the unchanged inputs of two factors. So this statement is also correct, because a disembodied technical change allow for increased output from the same level of factor inputs, which could include labor and capital. It means that the production process becomes more efficient due to technological advancement, leading to higher productivity and output levels. So in summary, we can say first, third, and fourth are the generally correct in describing disembodied technical change, but the second statement is not describing the disembodied technical change. So that's why second will be the right answer. So the 66th question, the internal rate of return is that rate of discount which sets the net present value of a project at equal to 0 will be the right answer here. The internal rate of return IRR is the discount rate that makes the net present value NPV of a project equal to 0. The IRR, internal rate of return, is the rate at which the present value of future cash flows equals the initial investment, indicating the break-even point where no net gain or loss occurs. So the option 1 will be the right answer of 66th question. Now the next question, 67th, which one of the following is not a potential reason for government failure? So first statement is lobbying by special interest groups to secure protective legislation. So this statement can lead to policies that benefit a small group at the expense of the general public, causing inefficiencies and misallocation of resources. So and the next statement is difficult for diffused groups to organize as unified opposition. So when the cost of government actions are spread across a large number of people, it can be challenging for these individuals to coordinate and oppose harmful policies effectively. So the both statement A and B are incorrect here. Therefore, since both statements are valid reason of government failure, the correct answer will be the third one, because question is asking about the not potential region. So both A and B statement are the potential region of government failure. So the third one will be the right answer here. Now the next question is yeah, in the cost benefit analysis, statement A is the benefits are measured simply as the relevant area under the demand curve. This is correct, because the area under the demand curve represents the total willingness to pay for the good or service, which is a measure of the benefits. And the statement B, the total costs are measured as relevant area under the total cost curve. This is not typically correct. In cost benefit analysis, costs are usually represented by the supply curve or marginal cost curve, not the total cost curve. And so this one is the wrong statement here. And the third C statement, the demand curve reflects the consumer's willingness to pay. So this statement is correct because the demand curve shows how much consumers are willing to pay at different quantities. So statement A and C are correct here, but B is not correct. So the option will be the A and C. First option will be the right. A and C are correct. Now the next question is 69. Assume two individuals share a room. One of them is smoker and the second is non-smoker. The smoker gets utility from smoking, but the non-smoker gets this utility from smoke is in the room. So which of the following is the most appropriate answer according to the Coase theorem? So to achieve the to achieve efficiency, the smoker should be given right to smoke in the in the room. And the second statement, it does not matter who has the right. Assignment of right to anyone would achieve efficiency. And third is the smoker should pay the non-smoker a compensation equal to marginal damage caused by the smoking. And fourth is to achieve efficiency, the uh, non-smoker should be given right to smoke less room. So the first statement and the second statement is the right answer here. According to the Coase theorem, if property rights are well defined and transaction costs are negligible, parties will negotiate to reach an efficient outcome regardless of who holds the initial property rights. Therefore, efficiency can be achieved whether the right is assigned to the smoker or the non-smoker, as they can negotiate compensation to resolve the externality. So second one will be the right answer. And why the first, third and fourth are the wrong here or not appropriate answer here? Because the first statement, to achieve efficiency, the smoker should be given right to smoke in the room. And this option is incorrect because it prescribes a specific assignment of rights. The Coase theorem asserts that the initial assignments of right does not matter for achieving efficiency as long as property rights are clearly defined and transaction costs are low. And the third statement is also incorrect because this assumes a specific direction of compensation. While this can be an outcome of negotiation, it is not a requirement. According to the Coase theorem, efficiency can be reached regardless of who compensates whom. And the fourth statement, to achieve efficiency, the non-smoker should be given a right to smoke a room, is also incorrect or similar to the statement 1, because this prescribes a specific assignments of rights. The Coase theorem states that efficiency is independent of the initial allocation of rights as long as they are well defined and parties can negotiate without significant costs. So second will be the right option or right statement about the 69th question. And the next question 70, which are the versions of travel cost method? So zonal travel cost method model travel cost model, zonal travel cost model, second individual travel cost model, and third is random utility model. So A, B, C, all the three statement or option are here correct here. And we will explain the we will see the discuss the about all three zonal travel cost model and one by one. Firstly, a zonal travel cost model, this version aggregates data based on geographic zones and estimates the demand for a recreational site by examining travel costs from different zones. And the second, individual travel cost model, this version uses individual level data to estimate the demand for a recreational site based on each person's travel cost and other factors. And the last one is a random utility model. This version incorporates individual choice behavior, considering the utility individuals derive from different recreational sites and their travel costs. So all the three versions are used in different contexts within the travel cost model, and the third will be the right answer here. Now the next question, 71. Which of the following about physical quality of life index PQLI is not correct? See the not correct, question asking about the not correct. So uh, the first statement, it is calculated by averaging the three indicators giving equal weights to each. This is the incorrect statement here, because PQLI does not give equal weights to each indicator. Instead, the PQLI is calculated by averaging three indicators: infant mortality rate, life expectancy at age 1, and basic literacy at age 10. However, these indicators are not given equal weights. Life expectancy at age 1 contributes the most weight to the index, followed by basic literacy at age 10, and then the infant mortality rate. And all the that's why the statement 1 is not correct here, and all the three statements are correct. None of the indicators of PQLI depends on any particular level of development, and it does not mean total welfare and basic literacy at age 10 as one. All the three statements are correct. Now the next question is 72. Consider the following with regards to Harrod-Domer model of growth. So statement 1 or assertion 1, for maintaining full employment equilibrium level of income year to year, both real income and output should expand at the same rate at which the productive capacity of capital stock is expanding. And the region, any divergence between the rate of expansion of real income and output and productive capacity of capital stock would lead to excess idle capacity. So here are the explanations. Statement A is correct because in the Harrod-Domer model, maintaining full employment equilibrium requires that real income and output expand at the same rate as the productive capacity of the capital stock. And the region R is also correct, while both also correct, but not directly explain assertion in a casual manner. The two statements are related but not necessarily explanatory of each other. So statement answer second will option second will be the right answer here. Now the next question, 73. One of the best known early theoretical models of development that focused on the structural transformation of a primarily subsistence economy was that formulated by, so it's easy question, W.L. Lewis. W.L. Lewis dual sector model of development introduced in mid 20th century, around the 1950s. Lewis dual sector model focuses on the structural transformation of economies from primarily agrarian or subsistence based to industrialized. He proposed that in early stages of development, a surplus of labor exists in the low productivity agricultural sector. As industrialization progresses, the surplus labor moves to the more productive industrial sector, leading to economic growth and transformation. So the option 1 will be the right answer here, W.A. Lewis. Now the next 74th question. if we discuss about all the three options here. So on ww rosto introduced stages of economic growth introduced in 1960s. Rostow stages of economic growth theory outlines a linear progression of development through five stages. First one is a traditional society, second is preconditions for takeoff, and the third is takeoff, and fourth is drive to maturity, and the last fifth stage is age of high mass consumption. So the theory suggests that economies evolve through these stages as they adopt modern technologies, institutions, and behaviors. Now the next is Morris D. Morris. Uh, there is no widely recognized economist or theory by this name in the field of economic development. It could be less known or theory of perhaps mistaken in reference, but we can see in the Morris D. Morris give the PQLI index given by Morris D. Morris, and the last Harry Johnson similarly there is no widely recognized any theory associated with Harry Johnson in the context of economic development. So now the next question, 74th. Consider the following regarding Levy's theory of unlimited supply of labor. First statement is capital formation does not depend on capitalist surplus. Is right statement here because this is incorrect according to Levy's theory, which proposes that capital formation can occur independently of capitalist surplus due to the unlimited supply of labor in the initial stages of development. And second statement B, marginal productivity of labor in the capitalist sector is higher than the capitalist wage, which results in capitalist surplus. So second statement is wrong here because Levy's theory, according to Levy's theory, as he did not emphasize the concept of capitalist surplus resulting from the difference between the marginal productivity of labor and the wage. Now that's why the second statement is wrong here. And now the third statement C, the capitalist surplus is reinvested in capital assets until supply of labor becomes inelastic. This statement is right here because this is also consistent with Levy's theory, where the surplus generated from the capitalist sector is reinvested in capital assets until the point when the supply of labor becomes less elastic or more scarce. So option statement A and C are correct here, and it shows by the option B, option 2. So only A and C statements are correct. You can see the explanation here. Now the next question, 75. In Lucas' model of growth, which is a major determinant of growth? So we all know investment in human capital is a major determinant of growth according to Lucas. Here is a little explanation. The Lucas model developed by Robert Lucas emphasized the role of human capital in economic growth. According to this model, investment in human capital such as education, training, and skill development are crucial or important for long-term economic growth and productivity improvements. Now the next question is 76. Kaldor's growth model is based on the following assumptions. So first assumption is national income or output consists of wages and profits only, because this assumption implies that in Kaldor's model, national income is divided into two main components: wage, which represent payments or to labor, and profits, which represent payments to capital. The simplification has to and now the next statement. So this is the correct assumption of Caldor growth model. Now the next statement assumption: investment output ratio is an independent variable. So investment output ratio is an independent variable in Caldor's growth model. The investment output ratio is treated as an exogenously given independent variable. This means that yeah, it is determined outside the model and influence economic outcomes such as the rate of economic growth without being directly affected by other variables within the model. So this assumption is also correct. Now the third assumption C: there is a situation of less than full employment in the economy. So this statement is also correct here. There is a situation of less than full employment in the economy. This suggests that this assumption suggests that the Caldor model operates in a context where the economy is not operate at full employment. This can be due to various factors such as cyclical downturns, structural inefficiencies, or frictional unemployment. The model addresses how growth occurs within such conditions. Now the next assumption: the marginal propensity to save of workers is greater than that of capitalist. It is wrong statement because the marginal propensity to save of capitalist is greater than the worker. So the option will be the first one. A, B, C assumptions are true or correct assumptions of the Caldor's growth model. Now the next question is 77. Which of the following assumption of solo model is not correct here? Not correct here about solo model. So neutral technical progress is correct, and why it is correct? This is a correct assumption in the solo model where technical progress does not favor any particular factor of production. And next is two factors of production: labor and capital are paid according to their marginal physical productivities. It's also a right statement or right assumption here. Two factors of production: labor and capital are paid according to their marginal productivity. This assumption also correct as it is a foundational principle in the solo model. And the third one is labor and capitals are substitutable for each other. This is another correct assumption in the solo model where capital and labor can be substituted to some extent in production process. And the fourth one is wrong assumption because it's about increasing returns to scale, and solo assume the constant returns to scale. So that's why this assumption will be the this option will be the right answer because that is a question asking about the not correct. So increasing returns to scale. Now the next 78 question: which of the following is true with regard to Harrod's model of economic growth? So first statement is actual rate of growth is determined by the saving ratio and incremental capital output ratio. So in the Harrod model, the actual rate of growth is determined by the saving ratio. The proportion of saving ratio is the proportion of income saved and invested, and the incremental capital output ratio, the amount of capital required to produce an additional unit of output. This relationship helps determine the actual growth rate of an economy. And so the statement first is right here, and the next B, warranted rate of growth is determined by the current growth of the working population and the current potential for technical progress. And this is incorrect because warranted rate of growth is not based on the current growth of the working population or the current potential of for technical progress. The warranted rate of growth is determined by the exogenously given rates of growth of labor force and technical progress, not their current values. So that's why this statement is wrong here. And the C statement A natural rate of growth is the rate of growth required for the full utilization of a growing stock of capital. This statement is right here because the natural rate of growth according to Hard is the rate of growth needed to fully utilize the increasing stock of capital without causing instability or fluctuations in the economy. It represents a sustainable rate of growth that matches the growth of the capital stock. So option first will be the right answer, A and C. Now the next question is 79. Which of the following is not correct regarding indigenous growth model? So the statement first, they do not consider growing population in order to generate ongoing growth process. This statement is generally true for indigenous growth model, as they often incorporate population growth as a key factor influencing economic growth. So this statement is true, but question is asking about the not correct here. So the second statement is they discard the assumption of diminishing marginal returns to capital investment. This is also generally true, as indigenous growth models may challenge or modify the traditional assumption of diminishing returns to capital, especially in the context of technological progress or other factors. And the third statement, they frequently focus on a role of externalities to determine the rate of return on capital investment. So this is characteristic of many indigenous growth models, as they emphasize the impact of external factors such as technological spillovers, knowledge diffusion, and innovation on economic growth. And the last statement is they hold GNP growth to be a natural consequences of short run equilibrium. This statement is they hold GNP growth to be a natural consequence of short run equilibrium is not a characteristic commonly associated with indigenous growth model. These models often look beyond short run equilibria and may emphasize long term dynamics, technological progress, human capital development, and other factors that contribute to sustained economic growth. So that's why the fourth one will be the right answer, or not correct regarding indigenous growth model, and all three statements are the correct for the indigenous growth models. Now the next question, 80th question, is which economist gave importance to agricultural product in capital accumulation in underdeveloped countries? So this is an easy question. We all know Fine-Reynis FR model, or we can say Fine-Reynis economist gave the importance to the agriculture product in capital accumulation in underdeveloped countries. So Fine-Reynis are also known as surplus labor model, introduced in the mid 20th century around 1950s to 1960s. This model emphasized the importance of agriculture development in capital accumulation in underdeveloped countries. It argued that surplus labor in agriculture could be utilized for industrialization and capital accumulation, leading to economic growth. It is also called extension version of Lewis model, and Lewis gave the unlimited supply of labor, that model, and it is Fine-Reynis model is the extension version of Lewis model. Now the J.K. Galbraith, John Kenneth Galbraith, an influential economist, focused more on issues related to economic inequality, consumer behavior, and the role of government in managing economies. While he made significant contribution to economics, his work did not specify emphasize agriculture role in capital accumulation in underdeveloped countries. And what about R. Narkase? So Ragnar Narkase is known for his vicious circle of poverty theory, introduced in the mid 20th century around 1950s. His theory highlighted the challenges faced by underdeveloped countries in breaking out of poverty due to low levels of savings and capital accumulation. While Narkase did emphasize the importance of capital accumulation, his focus was broader and not specifically for agriculture. That's why Narkase is not answer here. And now the J.E. Mead, James Edward Mead made significant contribution to international trade theory and economic policy. His work also did not specifically emphasize agriculture's role in capital accumulation in underdeveloped countries. So that's all about the all four options, and first Firenis will be the right answer of this question. Now the 81 question, according to the golden rule of accumulation statement, first, in a golden age per capita consumption is maximized when the saving rate is less than the profit rate. And this statement aligns with the golden rule of accumulation. It suggests in an economy's golden age where long term prosperity is achieved, per capita consumption is maximized when the saving rate, the proportion of income saved and investment invested, is less than the profit rate, the return on investment. This balance ensures that enough resources are allocated to investment, which fuels economic growth while still allowing for significant consumption. So that's why this statement is right here. And what about the all three statements? Second is in a golden age per capita consumption is equal to per capita real income. This statement does not directly relate to the golden rule of accumulation. While the per capita consumption and per capita real income are important economic indicators, the golden rule specifically addresses the optimal savings rate or for maximizing long-term consumption levels. That's why this is not the appropriate answer here. And what about third option? In a golden age per capita real income is highest when rate of capital formation is higher than the saving rate. So this statement is also does not align with the golden rule of accumulation. The golden rule suggests that the optimal saving rate is the one where the marginal product of capital profit rate equals the time preference rate interest rate, leading to maximum per capita consumption in the long runs. And the fourth option, in a golden age per capita consumption is maximized when the saving rate equals to the profit rate. This statement is incorrect. According to the golden rule of accumulation, per capita consumption is maximized when the saving rate is less. But it's showing maximized when the consumption is maximized, when the saving rate equals the profit rate. So the first option will be the right statement here, statement here about the golden rule of accumulation. Now the next 82, which is the source of disparity between measured real income and actual advantage considered by Amartya Sen. So first option is personal heterogeneity, second is environmental diversities, and third is variation in social climate and distribution within the family. So A, C and D will be the right answer here. Why? We can see here the personal heterogeneity refers to the differences between individuals in terms of their capabilities, needs and opportunities. For example, two individuals with the same measured income may experience different levels of well-being due to factors like health, education, skills and social connections. Amartya Sen emphasized that focusing solely on income overlooks these personal heterogeneities and their impact on an individual's actual advantage or well-being. Now the second, environmental diversities. So this is not directly related to the Amartya Sen's argument, because environmental diversities typically refers to variations in natural or physical environments such as climate, geography and resources. While these factors can influence well-being, Sen's focus is more on the social and individual dimension that affect actual advantage beyond just income. And the next one, variation in social climate. So this highlights the importance of social factors in shaping individuals well-being. social climate includes aspects like cultural norms, social attitudes, and institutions, social attitudes and institutions and policies. Sein argues that variations in the social climate can significantly impact the opportunities and freedoms available to individuals regardless of their measured income. And the fourth, distribution within the family. This refers to how resources and responsibilities are allocated among family members. In many societies, there are disparities in access to resources, decision making power, and care responsibilities within families. Since perspective consider intra household dynamics as crucial in understanding individuals' actual advantage and well-being beyond what is reflected in their measured income. So all the three statement A, C and D are correct here, and fourth will be the right answer of the 82 question. Now the next question is 83. Which of the following is not correct? So first is Lorentz curve can be used to measure the degree of inequality. It's right question asking about not correct. So this statement is first statement is correct because Lorentz curve are graphical representation used to visualize income or wealth distribution within a population. They help measure inequality by comparing the actual distribution of income or wealth with a hypothetical situation of perfect equality. And now the second Lorentz curve can be used to find Gini coefficient. This statement is also correct. The Gini coefficient is derived from the Lorentz curve. It quantifies the degree of inequality in a distribution. The Gini coefficient is calculated as the area between the Lorentz curve and the line of perfect equality divided by the total area under the line of perfect equality. And the third statement, Gini coefficient may vary anywhere from -1 to +1. This statement is wrong here, and will be the right answer here because Gini coefficient can vary from 0 to 1. Will be right here. Gini coefficient of 0 represents perfect equality, and the 1 represents perfect inequality, where the one person has all the income or wealth and everyone else has none. So the fourth answer will be the third statement here because this is wrong and question asking about the not correct. And the fourth statement, Lorentz curve shows the actual quantitative relationship between percentage of income recipients and the percentage of total income received by them during 1 year. This statement is also correct. The Lorentz curve plots the cumulative percentage of income recipients against the cumulative percentage of total income they receive. It visually demonstrates how income or wealth is distributed across different segments of the population. So first, second and fourth statements are right, but question asking about not correct, so third will be the right answer here. Now the next question is 84th, and the capacity creating aspects of investment in growth theory was emphasized by E.D. Domer. So the first option, right option will be the E.D. Domer here, and we can describe here all the fourth option. So first one is R.M. Solow, 1956. Robert Solow introduced the Solow-Swan model of economic growth, also known as the neoclassical growth model. His main contribution was emphasize the role of technological progress and capital accumulation in driving economic growth over time. The Solow model focuses on factors like savings, investment, and technological change as determinants of long-term economic growth. And the second option is Nicholas Kaldor, 1957. Kaldor contributes to the theory of economic growth with his emphasis on the importance of demand-side factors in promoting economic growth. He argued that increasing returns to scale along with technical progress and capital accumulation play significant roles in fostering economic growth. Also emphasized the importance of structural change in and industrial development in his growth theories. And the third will be the Paul Samuelson. So Paul Samuelson, 1939. Paul Samuelson contributes to economic growth theory are primarily related to his work on the Harry-Domer model. This model highlights the role of investment in generating economic growth. Samuelson, along with the Harry, developed the idea that sustained economic growth requires a level of investment sufficient uh, to absorb increase in labor and maintain full employment. And the fourth one is E.D. Domer, in 1946. Avase Domer's key contribution to growth theory is known as the Domer model or the Harry-Domer model, developed in collaboration with the Nichols Calder. This model emphasized the importance of investment in creating capacity and generating economic growth. Domer highlighted that investment not only leads to immediate output but also builds the productive capacity of the economy, leading to sustained growth over time. So summary is if we talk about the summary of the whole question, Solo in 1956 emphasized technological progress and capital accumulation. 1956 emphasized technological progress and capital accumulation. Nichols Calder in 1957 focused on demand side factor, increasing returns to scale and structural change. And Samuelson 1939 contributed to the Harry-Domer model, emphasizing the role of investment in maintaining full employment and generating growth. And Domer model, E.D. Domer model 1946 emphasized the capacity creating aspects of investment in the Harry-Domer model, highlighting its role in sustained economic growth. So the fourth will be the right answer of this question. Now the next question is 85, which is correct regarding Gini coefficient. So the A used to measure income and consumption inequality. The Gini coefficient is indeed used to measure both income and consumption inequality. It provides a numerical representation of the degree of inequality within a distribution, whether it's income or consumption. So the right statement here is first one, and next B is it it ranges in its limits between 0 and 1. So this is also a right statement here, because we already discussed 0 represents the perfect equality and everyone has the same income or consumption, and 1 represents the perfect inequality. One person has all the income or consumption, everyone else has none. And the next statement, when it assumes the value 0 indicates the economic level of every individual aspect, 1 is except 1 is 0. The statement is also wrong here, because we discussed here the statement B. And statement C is saying that a Gini coefficient is of 0 indicates. Statement C is saying that the value of 0 indicates the income level of every individual except 1 is 0. So this is wrong here, and A and B will be the right statement, and first one will be the right answer of 85 question. Now the next 86th question, indicator CO2 emission per unit value added belongs to which of the following sustainable development goal? So it's clearly mentioned in sustainable development goal 13. This goal, as mentioned earlier, in about taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. It includes targets related to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increasing climate resilience and adaptation, promoting sustainable practices, and raising awareness about climate changes. This indicator CO2 emission per unit value added fits within the scope of SDGs 13, because it relates to measuring and reducing carbon emissions. Why the others are wrong option here? Because sustainable development goal 11, this goal focuses on making cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. It encompasses various aspects related to urbanization, such as affordable housing, public transport, environmental impact, and disaster resilience. So this is not correct answer here. And the third one, sustainable development goal 16, SDG 16 is about mm, focuses on promoting peaceful and inclusive society for sustainable development, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable and inclusive institutions. uh, so that's why this is not discussing about the emission carbon, CO2 emission. And the fourth one is goal 9, and this goal aims to build a resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Triple I, infrastructure and industrialization and innovation. It encompasses areas such as infrastructure development, industrial growth, technological progress, and access to information and communication technologies (ICTs). While reducing carbon emissions could be a part of sustainable industrial practices, the specific indicator CO2 emission per unit value added is not exactly associated with the ninth goal also. So the right answer will be the SDGs 13. Now the next question is 87. Which of the following indicators does not belong to Gender Development Index (GDI)? So the first statement is female and male GNI per capita PPPs. It's related. And female and male shares of parliamentary seats, it's also related. And third is female and male mean year of schooling is also related. Education also related in it. And the fourth one, female and male life expectancy, is not related to GDI. So this will be the right answer. We can discuss here. The Gender Development Index (GDI) includes indicators that specifically measure gender disparities in development outcomes. Among the options provided, the indicators of that does not belong to the GDI is female expectancy and male life expectancy. Female and male life expectancy, because the GDI typically focuses on indicators related to education, income, and political representation to assess gender disparities in human development. And GDI is a part of the SDI created by the UNDP. The GDI specifically focuses on the three key areas of human development where gender disparities are often observed. Health, first one is the health. So this includes indicators such as life expectancy at birth for females and males. And education, this includes indicators like mean year of schooling for females and males. And third is income. This includes indicators such as gross national income per capita for females and male. And the GDI is calculated by taking the geometric mean of three dimensions in this indices, one for each of the area mentioned above. It ranges from 0 to 1, where the value closer to 1 indicates lower gender disparities and greater gender equality in human development outcomes. That's all about the GDI. So the fourth one will be the right answer here, because it asks question asking about does not belong female and male life expectancy. Now the next question, 88th question. Economic growth includes expansion of a country's potential GDP or national output as a right statement, right according to economic growth, because economic growth typically involves an increase in a country's potential GDP or national output over time. This can be due to factors like technological progress, increased capital investment, and improvements in productivity. So A will be the right statement. And B, national production possibility frontier shifts outward. In we all know, in economic growth, the production possibility frontier shift outward, because this indicates an increase in the economy's capacity to produce goods and services due to factors such as advancements in technology, better resource allocation, and increased specialization. So that's one. This will be also right. And now the next, growth rate of output per capita. In economic growth, it also include growth rate of output per capita, because this metric provide insights into the average standard of living and economic well-being of individuals in a country over time. So all the three statements are correct here, and third will be the right answer here. Now the 89th question, the optional amount of capital under the golden rule of accumulation is that statement first, where profit rate is more than the growth rate. This statement is not correct here because this scenario is not consistent with the golden rule of accumulation. If the profit rate exceeds the growth rate, it implies that the return on investment or profit is growing faster than the overall economy, which could lead to overall investment in capital and inefficiencies is in resource allocation. So this one is not correct here. Now the next one, where productivity of capital is equal to the productivity of labor. Well, this equality is important for optimal resource allocation and efficiency. It is not specifically related to the golden rule of accumulation. The golden rule focuses on the relationship between the profit rate and the growth rate, not directly on the productivity of capital related to labor. That's why this is also wrong. And the third one, where saving rate is minimum. This statement does not align with the golden rule of accumulation. The golden rule does not stipulate that the saving rate should be at a minimum. Instead, it focuses on optimizing the amount of capital investment to ensure that the return on capital matches the rate of economic growth. And the fourth one, which equates the profit rate to the growth rate. So this statement is correct explanation of the golden rule of accumulation. The optimal amount of capital, the optimal amount of capital according to this rule is where the profit rate, marginal productivity of capital, is equal to the growth rate of economy. In other words, the economy invests in capital up to the point of where the return on investment profit matches the overall rate of economic expansion, maximizing long-term welfare and efficiency. So fourth will be the right answer here. Now the next question is 90. If for the constant elasticity of substitution production function, the value of substitution parameter p is equal to -1, the elasticity of substitution will be infinite. How it can be infinite? Because substitution parameter rho is equal to -1. So the formula of elasticity of substitution is equal to 1 upon 1 plus rho, and rho is equal to -1. So if we put the value of substitution parameter here, so what happened? If we put the value of rho here, so it will be 1 plus -1. So 1 upon 1 minus 1 is equal to 0. So it will be the 1 upon 0 is equal to infinite. So answer will be the infinite here. So that's all about today. So 90 questions we have discussed. Now the 91st, which of the following is not an assumption of cardinal utility theory? So first option is the marginal utility of money is not constant. Question is asking about the not an assumption of cardinal utility theory. So next option is a consumer aims at maximizing his utility subject to the constraints imposed by his given income. And third is the total utility of a basket of goods depends on the quantity of the individual commodity. And the fourth is utility gained from successive unit of commodity diminishes. So if you see the assumption first, so marginal utility of money is not constant. So the utility of any commodity can be measured in units called utils. So this statement is wrong here, or we can say the not an assumption of cardinal utility. And second statement, utilities are utilities the consumer aims at maximizing his utility subject to the constraint imposed by his given income. That's right. Utilities are if I discuss the assumption of cardinal utility. So the cardinal utility measurement of utility, the utility of any commodity can be measured in utils called measured in units called utils. And utilities are additive, i.e. For example, total utility can be calculated by measuring utility derived from all the units of a commodity consumed, or we can say the summation of marginal utility is equal to total utility. And utility is independent, for example, not related to the amounts of other commodities purchased by the consumer. Further, it is also assumed that is it not affected by utilities of other individuals. The total utility of a basket of goods depends on the quantities of the individual's commodity. That's the right statement or right assumption here. And the next one, the utility gained from successive unit of commodity diminishes. So the marginal utility of money remains constant. Marginal utility of the marginal utility of money remains constant, but in this statement this is given not constant. And when a person purchases more of a good, the amount of money diminishes and the marginal utility of remaining money may increase. But in this approach, marginal utility of money is treated constant. This assumption important as cardinalists have used money as a measure of utility, and it is necessary to keep the measuring rod of utility as fixed. So the option will be the first one here. Question asking about the note an assumption, and marginal utility of money is constant, but here is given the not constant. So now the next question is which of the following is correct. So the first statement, when marginal cost of production is zero, when marginal cost of production is zero, monopoly equilibrium will be established at a level where price elasticity of demand is more than one. And if the second statement, if the marginal cost is positive, then monopolist will be in equilibrium at a point where elasticity on average revenue curve is greater than 1. So both statements are correct here. And we can see the explanation. In monopoly equilibrium, the monopolist maximize profit where marginal revenue equals the marginal cost. If marginal cost is zero, then marginal revenue must also be zero for profit maximization. For marginal revenue to be zero, the price elasticity of demand must be greater than 1. Marginal revenue to be zero, the price elasticity of demand must be greater than 1, or elastic demand we can say. This is because with elastic demand, a reduction in price leads to a proportionally larger increase in quantity demanded, keeping marginal revenue positive until it approaches zero as the optimal price is reached. And the second statement, with the positive marginal cost, the monopolist will again maximize profit where marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. So the marginal revenue is related to price elasticity of demand through the formula marginal revenue is equal to P, marginal revenue is equal to price 1 minus 1 upon elasticity of demand. So for marginal revenue to equal a positive marginal cost elasticity must be must be greater than 1, or ensuring that marginal revenue is positive and can equal to marginal cost. So the option, both statements are correct here. Now the next question, 93, In the case of a comparative demand curve, in the case of comparative demand curve, in which approach will the maximum effect of price decrease be manifested? So Hicksian approach, Slutsky approach, Allen's approach, and Marshall approach. So right answer will be the here Marshall's approach. We can see here one by one. So first the Hicksian approach, compensated demand curve. Hicksian approach related with the compensated demand curve in not compare compensated demand curve. In the Hicksian approach, the substitution effect is isolated. Substitution effect is isolated by compensating the consumer so that they remain on the same level of utility after the price change. And this means that any change in quantity demanded is purely due to the change in relative prices, not due to the change in real income. So now the next Slutsky approach, compensated variation. The Slutsky approach also isolates the substitution effect, but also does so by adjusting income to keep the consumer's purchasing power constant at the original level of consumption. This means the consumer can afford the same bundle of goods before and after the price change. So the quantity change reflects both the substitution and the income effect. Now the next third Allen approach. The Allen's approach refers to the analysis of elasticity and does not specifically focus on the decomposition of the price effects in the way Hicksian's and Slutsky approach do. It focuses more on the elasticity of substitution between goods. And the fourth one is the Marshall's approach, uncompensated demand curve. Marshall's approach looks at the total change in quantity demanded due to a price change without separating the income and substitution effect. It reflects the actual market demand curve where both effects are combined. So comparative analysis, question asking about comparative demand curve. So the comparative analysis, maximum effect of price decrease in terms of the total effect of a price decreases. Marshall's approach would show the maximum effect because it includes both the substitution and income effect. The uncompensated demand curve reflects the real world changes in quantity demanded when the price of a good decreases, capturing the full effect of the price change. Therefore the approach that will show the maximum effect of price decrease is Marshall's approach. Now the next question is 94. The demand function of commodity is q 720 minus 20p into and q is quantity and p is the price of the commodity. What will be the value of own price elasticity of demand at price 15, ignoring the sign of elasticity? So we can see the here minus 25 as the coefficient of elasticity. So we will put minus 25 into price is 15 and divide by quantity. So we can calculate the quantity here by putting the value of p. So 720 minus 25 into 15, it will be 15 it will be 13 375 if we multiply 25 into 15 and 720 minus it will equal to 345. So if we put the value of q here 345, then we can cancel out it 15 23 and if we calculate the 25 divided by 23 and by ignoring the sign we will get 1.09. So third will be the right answer here. Now the next question, which of the following statement is false with regard to the Slutsky substitution effect? So the first statement, Slutsky demand curve is more elastic than the Hicksian demand curve. More elastic than the Hicksian demand curve. This statement is true. The Slutsky substitution effect often results in a more elastic demand curve because it reflects both the substitution effect and a part of the income effect. In contrast, the Hicksian demand curve isolates only the substitution effect by keeping utility constant. So this statement is true. Now the next statement, Hicks keeps the consumer on the original difference curve and original indifference curve, and in Slutsky effect, the consumer will move on the higher indifference curve. So the statement is also true. The defining characteristics of Slutsky substitution is that real income purchasing power is held constant. The consumer is compensated through enough to afford the original bundle of goods after the price change, keeping real income constant. Now the third sorry again I'm discussing this. Hicks keeps the consumer on the original indifference curve, and as in Slutsky effect, a consumer will move on the higher indifference curve. This statement is true. In the Hicksian substitution effect, the consumer is kept on the same indifference constant utility, and in the Slutsky effect, the consumer is compensated to afford the original consumption bundle. Which means the real income is kept constant, but this does not necessarily move them to a higher indifference curve. And third, in Slutsky substitution effect, real income is not constant. So this statement is false here. The defining characteristics of Slutsky substitution effect is that real income purchasing power is held constant. The consumer is compensated enough to afford the original bundle of goods after the price change, keeping real income constant. Now the fourth statement, the Slutsky effect substitution effect exceeds the Hicksian substitution effect. This statement is true. The Slutsky substitution effect includes both the substitution effect and an adjustment for real income changes, making it generally larger than the Hicksian substitution effect, which considers only the substitution effect with the constant utility. So the third will be the right answer here, and I'm not sure about the, because the second statement is also according to me will be false, and third will be also false, so I'm not sure about them, but most probably third will be the answer. Now the next question is 96. Consider the following statement regarding the indifference curve. The indifference curve shows a cardinal rather than the ordinal utility, and the indifference curve shows a cardinal rather than an ordinal measure of utility. It's wrong, because indifference curve shows the ordinal utility. And the second statement, as the individual moves down an indifference curve, the marginal rate of substitution of x for y increases. It's also wrong here, because if we go to the down to the indifference curve, the marginal rate of substitution will decrease, not increasing, because there is a rule diminishing marginal utility. If the substitution marginal rate of substitution will increase, then the diminishing marginal utility rules will be violate. So that's why both statements are wrong here, or third option will be correct here. This statement is incorrect. Indifference curve represent an ordinal measure of utility, meaning they show the ranking or order of preference but do not quantify the exact level of satisfaction. They simply indicate which combinations of goods are preferred to others without specifying how much more or less satisfying one bundle is compared to another. And the second statement is also incorrect. Typically, as an individual moves down along an indifference curve, the marginal rate of substitution of x for y decreases. The marginal rate of substitution is the rate at which a consumer is willing to give up some amount of one good y to obtain an additional unit of another good x, while keeping the same level of utility. As you consume more of good x and less of good y, the uh, willingness to trade y for additional units of x decreases, reflecting diminishing marginal utility. So the answer will be the third option. A and B are incorrect here. Then now the 97th question, bandwagon effect makes the market demand curve more elastic. The bandwagon effect occurs when the demand for a good increases because others are buying it, often due to a desire to conform, or because the good is perceived as trendy or popular. This effect can influence the elasticity of the market demand curve. When the bandwagon effect is strong, people's willing to buy a product increases as more people buy it. This creates a situation where even a small decrease in price can lead to a large increase in quantity demanded, because people are influenced by the actions of others. That's why the and the bandwagon effect makes the market demand curve more elastic, because the quantity demanded responds more significantly to changes in price due to the increased influence of social behavior on individuals' purchasing decision. That's why the fourth answer will be right here, more elastic. Now the next question, which of the following is correct about the snob effect? So first statement, it is a negative network externality in which a consumer wishes to own unique goods. This statement is correct because the snob effect refers to a situation where the value of a good increases. Value of good increases for an individual because fewer people own it. Now, it is a negative network externality because the utility derived from the good decreases as more people possess it, making it less exclusive or unique. And the second statement, the quantity demanded of snob good is higher when fewer people own it. That's also right, because the snob effect implies that the quantity demanded for a snob good increases when fewer people own it, because of its exclusivity and desirability are higher. Now the next question, 99, what will be the shape of indifference curve for two bads? So we all know it, for two bad goods, the shape of indifference curve will be the concave to origin, where both items are undesirable. Because both items are undesirable, the indifference curve would typically slope downward negatively slope. This is because as the quantity of one bad increases, the quantity of the other bad would also uh, decrease to maintain the same level of disutility or undesirable output. So for one good, if we talk about, so the shape of the for two bad goods, the indifference curve will be the like that, because consumer will decrease consumer will consumer want to decrease the both bad good bad goods decrease the quantity of bad goods by consuming less quantity. So the lower the indifference curve will be give the less disutility to the consumer. So the concave to indifference curve of two bad goods will be concave to the origin. Now the next, you can consider the following statement regarding coefficients of price elasticity of supply. When the supply curve is positively sloped, then the coefficient of price elasticity of supply is greater than 0. Correct statement. And when the supply curve is positively sloped straight line going through the origin, then the coefficient of price elasticity of supply is equal to 1. Both statements are correct here. Here is the explanation. The first statement is correct. A positively sloped supply curve indicates that as the price of a good increases, the quantity supplied also increases. The coefficient of price elasticity of supply, sigma, measures the responsiveness of quantity supplied to changes in price. In this case, when the supply curve is positively sloped, the coefficient of price elasticity of supply is positive greater than 0, because an increase in the price leads to a positive percentage change in quantity supplied. And statement B is also correct, because a positively sloped straight line supply curve going through the origin represents perfectly elastic supply. This means that any change in price will result in equal percentage change in quantity supplied. In this case, the coefficient of price elasticity of supply sigma is equal to 1, indicating unitary elasticity, where the percentage change in quantity supplied is equal to the percentage change in price. So option will be the second one. A and B are correct here. Now the next question, consider the following statement regarding the income elasticity of demand. Statement 1, a coefficient of income elasticity of demand for inferior good is positive. And this statement is incorrect here, because for inferior goods the income elasticity of demand is not positive, it will be negative. So negative and not positive. Inferior goods are those for which demand decreases as consumers income increases. And in the second statement, the coefficient of income elasticity of demand for a good is likely to vary considerably depending on the level of consumers income. This statement is correct. The income elasticity of demand for a good can vary significantly based on the type of good and the level of consumers income. Goods can be classified into normal goods, positive elasticity. For normal goods there will be a positive income elasticity, and for inferior goods there will be negative income elasticity, and for luxury goods there will be very high positive income elasticity. So statement B is correct here and A is wrong here. So the option 1 will be the right answer here. Now the next question, 102, which one is correct for consumers equilibrium in cardinal utility analysis. So the statement 1, the ratio of marginal utility to price is equal for all commodities. The ratio of marginal utility to price is equal for all commodities. Then the statement B, marginal utility from each commodity is equal. Marginal utility for from each commodity is equal. That's not right here. The right statement A will be right. And utility derived from the last unit of money spent on each commodity is equal. That's right. And the slope of indifference curve is equal to the slope of budget line. So here we can discuss every option one by one. So firstly, the third statement utility derived from the last unit of money spent on each commodity is equal to this. So this statement is reflect the principle of consumer equilibrium, where the consumer allocates their budget in such a way that the marginal utility per rupee, or the last unit of money spent, is equal across all goods and services purchased. This ensures that the consumer is maximizing utility given their budget constraint. Now the statement first, the ratio of marginal utility to price is equal for all commodities. So this statement reflects the concept of the law of equimarginal utility, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee consumers equilibrium. It states that a consumer will allocate their budget so that the ratio of marginal utility to price is equal across all goods, but this is not the same as achieving equilibrium in utility maximization. Now statement B, marginal utility from each commodity is equal. This is not typically true in consumer equilibrium. Marginal utility tends to diminish as more units of a commodity are consumed, so it's not equal for each commodity. And the slope indifference, fourth statement, the slope of indifference curve is equal to the slope of budget line. While this is related to consumer equilibrium, it does not directly describe the conditions for equilibrium. The equality of slopes MRS is equal to price ratio represents one aspect of consumer equilibrium but doesn't encompass the entire concept. So statement A and C are correct here, and option third will be the right answer. Now the next question 103, which one is incorrect in case of a compensated demand curve? So it is always negatively sloped. Question is asking about incorrect. So first statement is incorrect here because compensated demand curve is positively sloped, not it may be positively or constant, not always negatively sloped. And because compensated demand curves can be positively sloped, negatively sloped, or even horizontal depending on various factors such as type of good, the level of compensation, and the preference of the consumer. The compensated demand curve primarily focuses on isolating the substitution effect from price changes, which can lead to different shapes for the compensated demand curve compared to the ordinal demand curve. So the next statement, this statement will be the right answer here because question asking about the incorrect, or here always negative will the incorrect statement, always incorrect here. And the second statement, for normal good the compensated demand curve will be steeper than the ordinary demand curve. So this statement is true here because the compensated demand curve for a normal good tend to be steeper than the ordinary demand curve because it accounts for changes in real income which can amplify the substitution effect. And the third statement, Hicks methods of compensation is to enable the consumers to purchase initial bundle of goods. And the statement is also correct because Hicks compensation method involves providing consumers with enough income to purchase the initial bundle of goods at the new price after a price change. This ensures that the consumer remains on the same indifference curve before and after the price change, isolating the substitution effect. And that's why the statement third is also correct. And the fourth statement, it indicates only substitution effect. This statement is also correct. The compensated demand curve primarily reflects the substitution effect as it isolates changes in quantity demanded due to relatively price changes while keeping the real income constant. However, it may also capture part of the income, especially in case of the normal good. So first one will be the right answer here. Now the next question 104, if a competitive firm is producing a quantity at if a competitive firm is producing a quantity at which price is between average variable cost and average total cost. So this is simple question asking, I'm repeating the question. If competitive firm is producing a quantity at which price is between average variable cost and and average total cost, it will be then firm will be the here the we can see the diagram here. Competitive firm between the average variable cost and average total cost. So it will be the average cost and it will be the average variable cost, and total cost will be the above the average cost. So first option, shut down in short run but return to production in the long run, and shut down in the short run and exit the market in the long run and keep producing both in the short run and in the long run. And fourth option is keep producing in the short run but exit the market in the long run. So this will be the right answer here because in competitive firm, if firm is able to cover his or her firm is able to cover its average variable cost, then it will produce in short run but exit the market in the long run. If it face losses of fixed cost, then it will uh, absolutely exit from the market in the long run. So fourth will be the right answer here. Now the next question 105, what kind of the preferences are represented by the utility function of the form u x1 x2 is equal to root x1 plus x2, where u x1 x2 is equal to utility function, and u x1 u x2 are two goods. So this is a quasi-linear preferences. Second will be the right answer here. uh, Quasi-linear preferences are a type of utility function when one good is linear, like x2, like x2 here is a linear, but and the other good is raised to a power other than one, like square root x1. In this case, the linear term represents the consumption of a good that doesn't diminish it in satisfaction with the more consumption, while the non-linear term indicates diminishing marginal utility when with more consumption. So second option will be the right answer here, quasi-linear preferences. Now the next question 106, bandwagon effect. Bandwagon effect shows, first statement shows a positive network externality, it's the right answer here. And statement second makes demand curve inelastic and shows positive network externality, and third statement makes demand curve elastic and shows negative network externality. Fourth is makes demand curve inelastic and shows negative network externalities. Here is the explanation of this question. The bandwagon effect can indeed lead to positive externalities when more people adopt a good or service due to the bandwagon effect. It can create positive externality by increasing the overall utility or value derived from the good or service for society as a whole. For example, the more people use a social networking platform, the more valuable it becomes more for everyone due to network effect. And second statement, the bandwagon effect typically makes the demand curve more elastic, not inelastic. As more people join a trend or adopt a good or service due to the bandwagon effect, demand becomes more responsive to price change. This increases the sensitivity of price change, results in a more elastic demand curve. Additionally, the bandwagon effect often leads to positive network externality. Positive network externality occur when the value of good or service increase for existing users as more people use it. Social media platform becomes more valuable as more people join because it of increased interaction and connectivity. And the third statement makes demand curve elastic and shows negative externalities. This statement is incorrect because the bandwagon effectively makes the demand curve more elastic, not less elastic. Elasticity refers to the responsiveness of quantity demanded to change in price. With the bandwagon effect, as more people join a trend, demand becomes more sensitive to price change, so leading to a more elastic market. The bandwagon effect is also associated with positive network externalities, not negative ones. Negative network externality occurs when the value of a good or service decreases or existing users as more people use it, which is not typically the case with the bandwagon effect. Now the fourth statement, the demand curve inelastic and shows negative network externalities, similar to option statement third. The bandwagon effect generally leads to a more elastic demand curve, not an inelastic one. An inelastic demand curve would imply that quantity demanded is not very responsive to price changes, which is not consistent with the bandwagon effect. So the statement 1 will be the right answer here. Now the next question is 107. Consider the following regarding network externalities. So statement 1, success of social media sites. Success of social media site is an example of positive network externality. This statement is correct because the success of social media sites such as Facebook or Instagram, LinkedIn, or Telegram, you can say, WhatsApp demonstrates positive network externalities. As more users join these platforms, the value of the platform increase, or existing users due to increased interactions, connectivity, and network effects. And the second statement, the purchase of children's toys is an example of bandwagon effect. This statement is not entirely accurate. The purchase of children's toys is not specifically an example of the bandwagon effect. The bandwagon effect refers to the phenomena where the demand for a good or a service increases as more people consume it, driven by social influence or trends. The purchase of children's toy may involve other factors such as advertising preferences or seasonal trends rather than only the bandwagon effect. So the success of social media sites as an example of positive network externality is valid statement, and while the purchase of children's toy as an example of the bandwagon effect is not directly related to network externality. So second one will fourth option will be the right answer. Option statement A is correct and B is not correct here. Now the next question is next question is social 108 social welfare function WUI to UN is equal to minimum I or UI belongs to Ravelsyan. It belongs to Ravelsyan. So it's firstly the option 1, egalitarian social welfare function prioritize equality and fairness. They aim to reduce disparities and ensure that everyone has access to essential goods, services, and opportunities. Egalitarian principles often lead to redistributive policies, progressive taxation, and social programs designed to lessen inequality and promote social justice. The social welfare function under egalitarian would seek to maximize the well-being of the least advantaged individual or groups in society. And the Ravelsian social welfare functions are based on the principles of justice proposed by philosopher John Rawls. These functions prioritize the well-being of the least advantaged members of society. The Ravelsian approach suggests the societal decisions should be made with a focus on improving the situation of the most disadvantaged individuals or groups. The social welfare function in the Ravelsian framework would typically seek to maximize the minimum level of well-being or utility across society, often following the maximum rule. And the Marshallian the term Marshallian is not commonly used to describe a specific social welfare function. Instead, it is associated with the contribution of economist Alfred Marshall to microeconomic theory, including concepts such as supply and demand, consumer surplus, and market equilibrium. Marshallian economic focuses on how individual decisions and market forces determine prices and allocations within the economy rather than prescribing specific social welfare function. And the Benthamite social welfare function also rooted in utilitarian philosophy, particularly associated with Jeremy Bentham. Utilitarianism seeks to maximize overall happiness or utility in society. A Benthamite social welfare function would prioritize policies or actions that lead to the greatest aggregate happiness or well-being for the greatest number of people. This approach involves weighting the benefits and costs of different outcomes and making decisions based on maximizing the net benefit or utility for society as a whole. So the answer will be the second, Ravelsian here. Now the next question is, traditional economic theory could not explain choices involving risk because it assumed the principle of diminishing margin and utility. Question asking about the not, so this is not right answer here. And here is the explanation of this question. The question states that traditional economic theory could not explain choices involving risk because it assumed the principles of diminishing margin and utility. This is the correct answer because the because the traditional economic theory, particularly consumer theory, heavily relies on the principles of diminishing marginal utility to explain consumer behavior under certainty. However, this principle does not adequately account for how people make decisions when risk and uncertainty are involved. In a risky situation, people's behavior often deviates from that diminishing margin utility would predict, and other options are incorrect because and marginal utility first declines and then rises is wrong, because marginal utility does not first decline and then rise according to the principles of consistently decreases. And the third statement, marginal utility remains constant, is wrong, because marginal utility does not remains constant, it decreases with each additional unit consumed. And the fourth statement, marginal utility always increases, is the opposite of the principle of marginal utility does not always increase, it decreases after a certain uh, after a certain point. And now the next question, 1110, suppose when then an individual is just willing to accept a gamble to win or lose 1000 rupees if the probability of winning is zero point 0.6, or we can say 60%. Suppose that the utility gained in, if the individual wins 100 utils, how much utility does one lose if one loses the gamble? So it's the question about expected utility or from probability. So the formula of expected utility is equal to probability of utility of win plus 1 minus probability of 1 minus probability of win into utility of loss. So the probability of winning is 0.6, or and the utility of winning is 100 utils, so 0.6 multiplied by 100 is equal to 60, and plus 1 minus probability of win is equal to 1 minus 0.6 is equal to 0.4, and utility of loss. So utility of loss, uh, we should know, we should calculate here utility and loss one loss. So minus sign for the loss here, and 60 minus 0.4 into utility of loss. So if we calculate for utility of loss, it will be 600 divided by 4. So if we calculate it, it will give us the 150 utils here. So second will be the right answer here, and 150 will be the right answer. 150 utils will be loss here. Now the next question is about 10 sorry 11 11 111. Technical progress implies downward shift. Downward shift in production function. So and the second statement, no movement on production possibility frontier, downward movement on production possibility frontier, upward shift in production function. So it's the easiest question in the whole paper. The technical progress implies the upward shift in production function, this not the downward. Now the next question is in Cobb-Douglas production function, x is equal to c l alpha k beta, which of the following is correct here? So alpha plus beta is equal to 1, then constant returns to scale is the right statement here, and alpha plus beta is greater than 1, then decreasing returns to scale, this statement is wrong here, and this is the correct, and the alpha plus beta is less than 1, then increasing returns to scale. So these two signs are opposite here, this sign should be here, and this sign will be the here. So both these statements are incorrect, and the fourth statement, alpha and beta are elasticities of output with respect to labor. Alpha represent the elasticity of labor, and beta represent the capital inputs, elasticity of capital inputs respectively. So the A and D will be the right statement here, and option 1 will be the right. Now the next question is what is the meaning of delta in given below CES production function. So delta shows the distribution parameter here. Here is the explanation of this question. The constant elasticity of substitution CES production function is a type of production function used in economics to model the relationship between inputs, typically capital, and labor, and input and outputs, typically labor and capital. It was introduced by Arrow, Chenry, Manhans, and Solo in 1961. Q represent the output, and A represent the factor productivity, and K is capital input, and L is labor input, and delta is the distribution parameter, and its value will be between 0 to 1, and representing the share of capital in production, and minus and the rho is a substitution parameter related to the elasticity of substitution. Sigma is equal to 1 upon 1 plus rho. So the constant elasticity of substitution, sigma is constant, meaning the ease of substitution capital for labor doesn't depend on capital labor ratio. And then the empirical relevance, it allows for varying degrees of input substitutability, making it useful for empirical work. And the CES function is widely used in economic growth model, international trade theory, and studies of factor substitution and income distribution. So first one as a distribution parameter is the right answer here. Now the next question is 114, which is correct. So marginal rate of technical substitution for labor and capital is equal to marginal productivity of capital divided by marginal productivity of labor is the right statement here. Marginal rate of technical substitution for capital for labor is equal to marginal product of labor divided by marginal product of capital is not right statement. This statement is wrong here, and sorry, this statement is right here, because marginal rate of technical substitution for of capital for labor is defined as a fraction of marginal productivity of labor divided by marginal productivity of capital. And the third statement, marginal rate of technical substitution of labor for capital is equal to marginal productivity of labor divided by marginal productivity of capital is wrong statement here. And marginal rate of technical substitution of labor for capital is equal to the absolute value of the slope of isoquant this statement is also correct. This statement is also correct, but according to the option there is no option with the A, because in this option C's statement is wrong here, so that's why this option will be eliminated, and this option also, because C is here, so only the fourth option A and B statement is correct here. This statement is also correct, D statement. Now the question number 115, consider the following statements at a point on the average revenue curve where elasticity of demand is greater than 1, marginal revenue will be negative. and at a point on average revenue curve where elasticity of demand is less than 1, marginal revenue will be positive. And the third statement, at a point on the average revenue curve where elasticity of demand is equal to 1, marginal revenue will be equal to 0. This statement is correct only. Here is the explanation. When the elasticity of demand is greater than 1, marginal revenue is positive, and when the elasticity of demand is less than 1, marginal revenue is negative, and when the elasticity of demand is equal to 1, marginal revenue is 0. So third statement is correct here, and first and A and B statement are wrong. Now the next question is 116. What makes possible to have constant part of short term average variable cost over a certain range of output in modern cost theory? So reserve capacity, decreasing returns to scale, increasing returns to scale, less capacity. Reserve capacity will be the right answer here. Here is the explanation. So in modern cost theory, having a constant cost of short run average variable cost AVC over a certain range of product output can be attributed to the concept of reserve capacity. The reserve capacity refers to the ability of a firm to increase production without proportionate increase in costs. This can occur when there are idle resources or excess capacity that can be utilized without incurring additional variable cost. This is the most plausible explanation for why average variable cost can remain constant over a certain range of output. When there is a reserve capacity, the firm can increase output without increasing variable cost, leading to a flat or constant average variable cost over that range. And second option is decreasing returns to scale. Decreasing returns to scale occurs when an increase in all inputs leads to an less than proportionate increase in output. This usually results in increasing cost. This does not explain the constant average variable cost. In fact, it would generally cause average variable cost to rise as output increases. And the third statement is increasing returns to scale. Increasing occurs when an increase in all inputs lead to a more than proportionate change in increase in output. This usually results in decreasing cost, while this could lead to a decrease in average variable cost. It does not explain a constant average variable cost. Question is asking about the constant part of short-term average variable cost. So over a range of output, increasing returns to scale affect the long run average cost rather than the short run average cost. And less capacity implies that the firm is operating close to its maximum output capacity. This would likely lead to increasing average variable cost as the firm approaches its capacity limits due to inefficiencies and higher variable cost. It does not explain a constant average variable cost. Now the next question is 1117. Taking capital as a constant, if we go on increasing the quantity of labor, average product of labor will be maximum here. So the middle of the second stage, the end of the first stage, the end of the third stage, the end of the second stage. The first stage, in this stage the total product TP total product increases as at an increasing rate initially, and then at a decreasing rate the marginal product is positive and increasing initially and then starts to decline. The average product of labor increases throughout this stage. And second stage, total product continues to increase but at a decreasing rate. Marginal product of is positive but declining. Average product of labor reaches its maximum at some point in this stage and then starts to decline. And third stage, total product starts to decrease, marginal product becomes negative, and average product continues to decline. For the average product of labor to be at its maximum, the marginal product must equal at average product. This occurs at the end of the first stage. As in the average product is increasing. Average product of labor increasing throughout the first stage and reaches its peak right before it starts to decline in the second stage. Thus the correct option will be the second option here. Now the next question, 118. Production function involves which of the following concepts? So factor intensity, the efficiency of production, and the returns to scales. All three options are three statements are correct here. So the factor intensity refers to the production of different inputs used in production process. For example, a production process can be labor intensive or capital intensive. This concept is directly related to how different factors are combined in a production function. And the next one is the efficiency of a production. So this refers to how effectively inputs are converted into outputs. Higher efficiency means more output is produced with the given set of inputs. The efficiency of production is a critical aspect of a production function as it impacts the overall output level. And the third, returns to scale. It describes how output changes when the scale of all inputs is changed proportionately. It can be constant, increasing or decreasing. Returns to scale are an intrinsic part of understanding a production function, indicating the scalability and efficiency of increasing production. So all the three statements are correct here. Now the next question, 1119. In a Cobb-Douglas production function, given x is equal to b naught into L B1 and to K B2. The factor intensity is measured by factor intensity measured by the B1 by B2. Factors are here labor and capital are the factors, and the factor intensity will be the B1, which is represented by B1 by B2. If it is greater than 1, then because B1 shows the for labor, so if it is greater than 1, then it shows the labor intensive, and if it is if beta 1 sorry B1 divided by B2 is less than 1, then it shows the capital intensive. It shows the capital intensive and it shows the labor intensive. So B1 by B2 will be the right answer here. Now the next question, 120. There is a natural tendency to collude under oligopoly. There is a natural tendency to collude under oligopoly, and the reasoning is the interdependence of firms in oligopolistic markets. So the assertion states that there is a natural tendency to collude under oligopoly, while the reason provides is the interdependence of firms in oligopolistic market. This assertion is generally true. Oligopolistic market characterized by a small number of firms often exhibit a higher likelihood of collision due to factors like market transparency, mutual interdependence, and potential for higher profits through cooperation rather than competition. And this the region is also true. Interdependence refers to the situation where the actions or decisions of one firm significantly affect the outcomes or strategies of other firms in the market. This interdependence can create incentive for collision as firms recognize the impact of their actions on market dynamics and their competitors. So both the statement A and are true, and is a correct explanation. Fourth will be the right answer here. Now the next question is, suppose you are an owner of a shop. Which of the following is an implicit cost associated with the operation of shop? So electricity bill, property tax, the time owner spends working in the shop will be the implicit cost. Third option will be the right answer here. Electricity bill, this is explicit. It's explicit cost because it involves an out of pocket expenses that the owner incur to run the shop. And the property tax, similar to the electricity bill, property tax is also an explicit cost as it is a direct financial obligation related to owing owning the property where the shop is located, and the third, the time the owner spends working in the shop. This is an implicit cost. The owner could have used this time to work elsewhere or engage in other activities that could generate income by working in the shop. The owner forgoes the opportunity to earn income elsewhere, making it an implicit cost. And insurance is also an explicit cost. It involves a direct payment to an insurance company for coverage and protection, which is tangible financial expenses. So the third option will be right answer here. Now the 120, long run equilibrium in monopolistic competition is characterized by which of the following? So excess capacity, this is correct. For long run monopolistic equilibrium, firms in monopolistic competition often operates with excess capacity they because they produce below the minimum efficient scale due to product differentiation and the pursuit of market power. So this is correct. And price is equal to marginal cost, incorrect here. This is not correct here. This is generally not correct for long run monopolistic equilibrium, unlike perfect competition where price is equal to marginal cost falls in the long run. Monopolistically competitive firms often set prices above marginal cost to capture some market power. However, it's worth noting that in the long run, firms in monopolistic competition can earn normal profit, which means that the price approaches average total cost but not necessarily marginal cost. And the third statement, the more profit than under perfect competition but less than the under monopoly. And this statement is correct also. Correct here. In the short run, firms in monopolistic competition may earn economic profit due to product differentiation. However, in the long run, competition erodes these profits, leading to normal profit. Profits are indeed more than under perfect competition, but less than under monopoly in the long run. And the fourth one is the zero profit. This is also correct. Here. In the long run, firms in monopolistic competition tend to earn zero economic profit due to competition and free entry and exit. This leads to a situation where the price aligns with the average total cost and economic profits approaches zero. There will be C or CD, and AD will be a right answer here. I'm not sure about this question. This question may be deleted or not. It's depend upon the RPSC only. Now the next question, 123, value of learner index of monopoly power when price is 10 and margin revenue is ₹5. So for learner index monopoly power, formula is price minus marginal cost. Minus marginal cost divided by price is equal to price minus marginal revenue divided by price. So because marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue at equilibrium level. So we will put the value here. 10 is the price and 5 is the marginal revenue. 10 minus 5 divided by 10 is equal to 5 by 10 is equal to 0.5. So first one will be the right answer here. Now the next question, which is not correct about Pareto optimality criteria. So the first option, first statement, it does not guarantee the maximization of social welfare. Question asking about not correct. So this is correct statement. Because Pareto optimality focus on a situation where no individual can be made better off without making at least one individual worse off. It does not inherently consider overall social welfare or utility maximization. So second statement is correct, but question asking about the not correct about Pareto optimality criteria. And second statement, the condition of efficiency in the allocation of factors among commodities must be satisfied for attainment of a Pareto efficient situation. This statement is also correct. Pareto efficiency requires an allocation where resources cannot be reallocated to make one individual better off without making another individual worse off. It's about the allocation of resource among goods and services. And the third statement, the strict Pareto criterion is of limited applicability in real world situation. This statement is also correct. The strict Pareto criteria can be challenging to apply in real world situations because it requires that no individual can be made better off without making another individual's worse off. In practice, achieving Pareto optimality without any losers can be difficult. And the fourth statement, it can evaluate a change that makes some individuals better off and others worse off. So this statement is wrong here because and the essence of Pareto optimality is that it evaluates changes where at least one individual can be made better off without making any other individuals worse off. If some individuals are made better off while others are made worse off, it does not meet the criteria of Pareto optimality. So fourth will be the right answer here. Now the next question is 125. The optimal allocation of resources in perfect competition is shown by which of the following? So statement 1, plants are used at full capacity. The optimal allocation of resources in perfect competition is shown by which of the following? Plants are used at full capacity. It is right statement. And firms earn only normal profits, also right statement here. And output is produced at a minimum feasible cost. So it's also, so all the three statements are correct here. Here is the explanation of this question. A perfect competition firms aim to produce at the level where marginal cost equals to marginal revenue. This typically means operating at full capacity to maximize profit. And statement second, this statement is also correct. In perfect competition, in the long run, firms in perfect competition tend to earn only normal profit due to free entry and exit of firms. Economic profit attracts new firms, which increases competition and drives down price until only normal profit is earned. And the third statement, the statement is also correct. In perfect competition, firms in perfect competition produce at the lowest point on the average total cost curve, which represents the minimum feasible cost of production for a given output level. Now the next question, 126. In game theory, which one is incorrect? So pure strategy, the single best strategy in game theory. This is correctly refers the question asking about incorrect. This is correctly refers to a strategy where a player makes a specific choice or takes a specific action with certainty. And the second, minimax strategy, the strategy of minimizing the maximum payoff of the rival players. This is also correct. Refers to a strategy used in zero sum games where a players minimize the possible maximum losses, essentially minimizing the maximum payoff the rival can achieve maximum. And the third, maximin strategy, the strategy of maximizing the minimum payoff in game theory. This is correctly refers to strategy where a player maximize the minimum payoff they can achieve, ensuring the best possible outcome from the worst case scenario. And the fourth statement, a mixed strategy, the best strategy for each player in a game which is strictly determined. So this statement is wrong here because a mixed strategy involves randomizing over possible moves based on specific probabilities. It is not necessarily the best strategy in a strictly determined game, which typically involves pure strategy. A strictly determined game often has a saddle point where pure strategies are optimal for both players rather than mixed strategies. Now so the fourth will be the right answer. Now the next question, 127. Which tax causes an upward shift in marginal cost curve of a monopolist? Lump sum tax, license fee, per unit tax or profit tax. So third will be the right answer, per unit tax. And here is the uh, explanation. Lump sum tax, this is a fixed tax that the monopolist pays regardless of the quantity of output produced, because it is a fixed cost and does not vary with the level of output. It does not affect the marginal cost, which is the cost of producing one additional unit. Therefore it does not cause an upward shift in the marginal cost curve. The second one is the license fee. Similar to the to a lump sum tax, this is a fixed payment required to operate the businesses, does not vary with the level of output and does not affect the marginal cost, hence it does not shift the marginal cost curve. Now the third, per unit tax. This tax is imposed on each unit of output produced, directly increases the variable cost of producing each additional unit. As a result, the marginal cost curve shifts upward by the amount of tax per unit. And the fourth, profit tax. This tax is levied on the monopolist's profit. It reduces the overall profit but does not affect the marginal cost, as it does not change the cost of producing each additional unit. Therefore it does not shift the marginal cost curve. So third one will be the right answer, per unit tax here. Now the next 128th question. In King demand curve model, the size of discontinuity in the marginal revenue curve will be greater uh, greater the difference of elasticities of upper and lower part of the King demand curve. The King demand curve model suggests that a firm's demand curve has a kink at the current price. The upper portion of the demand curve is relatively elastic, because if the firm raises its price because the firm raises its price, this is the kink portion. The upper portion of the demand curve is relatively elastic, because if the firm raise its price, it expects to lose many customers to competitors. And the lower portion of the demand curve is relatively lower portion. This one is relatively less elastic or inelastic, because if the firm lowers its price, it expects competitors to follow and it gains few additional customers. The marginal revenue curve associated with the King demand curve has a discontinuity, a vertical gap, or at the quantity corresponding to the King. The size of the discontinuity is influenced by the difference in elasticity of the upper and the lower parts of the demand curve. When the difference in elasticity between the upper and lower portion of the demand curve is greater, the kink is more pronounced. This results in a larger discontinuity in the marginal revenue curve, because the slope of the marginal revenue change more abruptly at the kink. So this statement is the right answer here. Now the next question, 129th statement about factor pricing are given. In perfectly competitive markets, the factor is paid its value of marginal product. This statement is right, because in a perfectly competitive market, firms hire factors until the factor's value of marginal product, price of the product multiplied by the marginal product of the factor, price of the product multiplied by the marginal product of the factor equals the factor price. And the second statement, if the firm has monopolistic power in the product market but no power in the input market, the factor is paid its marginal revenue product less than value of marginal product. In this scenario, the firm faces a downward sloping demand curve for its product. Thus the marginal revenue is less than the price of the product, making marginal revenue times the marginal product less than the value of marginal product, price times the marginal product. And the third statement, if the firm has both monopolistic power in the product market and monopolistic power in the input market, the factor is paid a price which is more than marginal revenue product. So a firm with the monopolistic power in the input market typically pays a factor less than it's a margin revenue product because it seeks to minimize the cost of inputs. Thus the factor price is usually less than or equal to the marginal rate of product, not more. So the both A and B statements are correct, and the third statement C is wrong here. Now the next question is 130. Long run average cost curve, LAC curve, has a U shape. It is often called envelope curve, um, U shape, envelope curve, and the U shape reflects the law of variable proportion. No, long run not showing the variable, it shows the returns to scale, returns to scale, not variable proportion, and U shape, and here is the returns to scale. So we shouldn't write here this statement. So A, B, and D are the right. Third option will be the right statement, right here. Now the question number 131. Now following factors hinder the attainment of Pareto optimality and maximum social welfare. Choose the incorrect. Choose the incorrect one. So perfect knowledge of the market is incorrect statement here. Perfect knowledge leads to informed decision making by consumers and producers, ensuring resources are allocated efficiently. This helps achieve Pareto optimality and maximizing social welfare. Therefore, it does not hinder therefore it does not hinder these outcomes. And the second statement, the consumption of public goods due to their non-excludable and non-rivalrous nature often result in market failure, like the free rider problem, leading to under provision and inefficiency. This hinders Pareto optimality. And the third, the existence of monopoly or imperfect competition. Monopolies and imperfect competition creates inefficiencies in the market by setting prices above marginal cost, leading to allocative inefficiency and a loss of social welfare. This hinders Pareto optimality. And the fourth one, the presence of externality, whether positive or negative, results in market failure, as the true social cost of or benefits of production and consumption are not reflected in the market price. This leads to inefficient resource allocation and hinders Pareto optimality. So the first option will be the right answer here. Now the next question, condition for perfect competitive market. A, B, and D are the right statement here. Atomistic participation, and complete information, and no transaction cost. And the complete property rights are wrong statement here. So first option will be the right hand. In a perfectly competitive market, atomistic participation in a perfectly competitive market, there are numerous buyers and sellers, none of whom can individually influence the market price. This condition is essentially for a perfectly competitive market, and this statement, this situation is also called atomistic participation. It means we can't influence the price of goods and services. We are price taker, not price maker. And the second statement is about complete information. So perfect information means that all participants have full knowledge of prices, products, and market conditions. This condition is crucial for ensuring that market participants can make informed decisions and that make markets clear efficiently. And the third statement is complete property rights ensure that individuals or firms have legal ownership and control over their assets, including the right to sell or use them as they see fit. While property rights are important for markets to function effectively, they are not specifically a condition for perfect competition. So this statement is wrong here. And for the and the fourth, in perfect competition there are no transaction costs such as taxes, tariffs, or costs associated with buying or selling goods or services. This condition helps ensure that market price accurately reflect the supply and demand conditions. So now the next question is Quasi rent. This is also an easy question here. Quasi rent is total revenue cost minus total revenue minus total variable cost. Now the next question is Pareto laid the foundation. Pareto laid the foundation of the modern welfare economics by formulating the concept of social optimum, which is based on the concept of ordinal utility and is free from interpersonal comparisons of utilities and value judgments. So why the first, third, and fourth statement are not the correct answer? Because the statement first, interpersonal comparisons of utilities and value judgments, are incorrect. One of the key features of Pareto concept is that it avoids interpersonal comparisons of utility. Pareto optimality is based on individual preferences and does not require comparing one person's utility to another's. And the second statement is why it is true and why it is correct about Pareto uh, foundation, Pareto optimality, because Pareto's concept is based on ordinal utility. Pareto's concept is based on ordinal utility, which means individual can rank their preference without assigning numerical values. It does not require comparing utilities across individuals. Interpersonal comparison or making value judgments about those utilities is more important. And the third statement, why it's incorrect, any reorganization which makes some individual better off and others worse off. So it's also incorrect here. Others worse off in this, in the Pareto optimality, this statement is opposite to the Pareto. This is opposite to the Pareto optimality. A Pareto improvement is a change that makes at least one person better off without making any worse off situation is Pareto optimal when no further Pareto improvement are possible. And the fourth statement, compensation principle, this is also incorrect here. The compensation principle related with the Hicks efficiency is a different concept. It allows for it allows for changes that make some people worse off if the gainers could theoretically compensate the loser. Pareto optimality doesn't involve compensation. It only considers changes where no one is made worse off. So second option will be the right answer here. Now the next question, 135, which of the following is true for peak load pricing? Peak load pricing, uh, first one is it involves charging different prices at different points of time. This statement is correct here. Peak load pricing is a form of price discrimination where prices vary based on the time of usage. During peak hours, high demand prices are higher, and during off peak hours, low demand prices are lower. This reflects the fact that the cost of providing the service varies with demand. And the second statement, the objective of peak load pricing is to increase economic efficiency by charging consumers prices that are close to marginal cost. This statement is also correct. The primary goal of peak load pricing is to improve economic efficiency during peak hours. Marginal costs are higher. Example, additional power plants needs to be run, so higher prices reflect these higher costs. During off peak hours, marginal costs are lower, so prices are lower. By aligning prices with marginal cost, resources are allocated more efficiently. And the third statement, it is also more efficient. The sum of producers and consumer surplus is greater because prices are closer to marginal cost. It is also a correct statement. When prices reflect marginal costs, it leads to a more efficient allocation of resources. Consumers who value the service more than its marginal cost will consume during peak hours, while those who don't will shift to uh, off peak hours. This increased total welfare, the sum of producers and consumer surplus compared to a flat pricing scheme. So all the three statements are correct here, and third will be the right answer. So 136th question, which one of the following pairs is not correctly matched. So social welfare function is uh, matched with Bergson and Samuelson. Compensation principle matched with Calder Hicks, and impossibility theorem. This is not given by Amartya Sen. This is given by impossibility theorem, Kenneth J. Arrow's impossibility theorem, we can say, and the theory of second best given by Lipsey and Lancaster. So third statement will be right answer here because it's not correctly matched. And here is some uh, explanation. The concept of first was the social welfare function. The concept of social welfare function was introduced by Abraham Bergson in 1938 paper. uh, in his paper a reformulation of certain aspects of welfare economics. Paul Samuelson further developed and popularized this concept in his 1947 book Foundations of Economic Analysis. The social welfare function is a way to aggregate individual utilities into a single measure of social welfare. You should remember this. The book name of the book, it can be asked about in upcoming exams like UGC NET and D3 plus B. The name of the book of the Paul Samuelson, which is published in 1947, Foundation of Economic Analysis, or the paper, the reformulation of certain aspects of welfare economics, given by or written by Abraham Bergson. So the second compensation principle given by Calder and Hicks, or we can say Calder-Hicks efficiency criteria, also known as the compensation principle, was developed by Nicholas Calder or N. Calder and John Hicks, J.R. Hicks, we can say, in the late 1930s. It states that a change in the economy is an important change in an economy is an improvement if those who gain could theoretically compensate those who lose, even if no actual compensation takes place. So, and the third impossibility theorem, the most famous impossibility theorem in social choice theory, is Arrow's impossibility theorem, named after Kenneth Arrow, who introduced it in his 1951 book Social Choice and Individual Values. Social Choice and Individual Values. Arrow shows that no voting system can convert the ranked preferences of individuals into a commodity. Wide ranking while also meeting a specified set of reasonable criteria. And Amartya Sen, while a prominent figure in welfare economics and social choice theory, is not primarily associated with the impossibility theorem. He is known for his work on social choice development economics, and the capability approach to welfare. And the fourth one will be the theory of second best, given by Lipsey and Lancaster. Correctly matched. The theory of second best was introduced by Richard Lipsey and Kelvin Lancaster in the 1956 paper, The Journal Theory of Second Best. It states that if one of the conditions necessary for achieving a Pareto optimum cannot be satisfied, it is not necessarily true that satisfying the remaining conditions will lead to the next best outcome. So third will be the right answer of this question. Now the next question, 137, which of the following is not the feature of Bergson Samuelson social welfare function? No. So it involves interpersonal comparisons of utility in ordinal terms. Second, it enables us to find a unique optimum solution which combines economic efficiency with distributive justice. And third is it cannot be constructed based on some of utilities of various individuals of society. And fourth is it is based on explicit value judgment. This question asking about not Note the feature of Bergerson-Samuelson social welfare function. So first, second, and fourth are the function of Bergerson-Samuelson social welfare. Features of Bergerson-Samuelson social welfare function, not the third. Mm, Here is the explanation. So it first statement, it involves interpersonal comparisons of utility in ordinal terms. This is incorrect statement. This is incorrect statement here. uh, Third will be the right answer here. Now the next question is 138. Consider the following statement regarding LM function ranges. So in the classical range, monetary policy is ineffective. This statement is incorrect here, because in the classical range, horizontal part of the LM curve, monetary policy is highly effective, and an increase in money supply shifts the LM curve to the right, significantly impacting output without changing interest rate. And the second statement in the Keynesian, so the statement is wrong here. In the Keynesian range, fiscal policy is ineffective. This is also incorrect. In the Keynesian range, vertical part of the LM curve, fiscal policy is highly effective, and increasing government spending shifts the IS curve to the right, significantly impacting output without changing interest rate. And the third statement, in the intermediate range, both monetary and fiscal policy are effective. This statement is right here. And the intermediate range, upward sloping part of the LM curve, both policies are effective. Fiscal policy shifts the IS curve, and monetary policy shifts the LM curve, both affecting both output and interest rates. So option third will be the right answer here. Now the next question, which of the following is not included in full cost price? Full cost price, so average overhead cost is not included in full cost price. And what is this includes all indirect cost. Average overhead cost includes all indirect costs necessary for production but not directly attributes to specific units of output, such as rent, utilities, administrative salaries, etc. And in the other statements, the a normal or satisfactory margin of profit, this is the profit margin deemed necessary for the business to remain viable and competitive. And the third, the reward for future unknown risk. This refers to a provision for uncertainties and risks that the business may face in the future. And average direct variable cost or average direct cost is not is not included in full cost price uh, because it is a component of because it is a component of variable cost, which represent cost directly associated with producing a unit of output, such as raw materials and direct labor. So option will be the answer will be the fourth one, average direct variable cost. Now the next question is 140. Consider the following statement. Arrow's impossibility theorem shows that there is a perfect way to aggregate individuals' preference to make one social preference. And this statement is incorrect. Arrow's impossibility theorem, also known as Arrow's paradox, states the opposite. It shows that no voting system can convert the ranked preference or individuals into a commodity wise. There is also arrow showed that no voting system can convert the ranked preference of an individual into a community wide ranking while also meeting a specified set of reasonable criteria. So this statement is incorrect here. And the second, the social welfare function gives a way to rank different allocations that depend on the individual's preferences, and it is a decreasing function of each individual's utility. So it's partially correct, but with a critical error. The first part is correct. First part, the social welfare function gives a way to rank different allocation that depends on the individual preference. Till that part, this is correct, but and it is a decreasing function of each individual utility. This part is incorrect here. That's why statement B will be also incorrect. The first part is correct. A social welfare function does provide a way to rank different resource allocation based on individual preferences. However, the second part is incorrect. Typically, social welfare function is an increasing function, not decreasing. It's an increasing function, not decreasing function of individual utility. This means that all else being equal, if an individual utility increases, the social welfare should not decrease. So state third option will be the right. A and B are incorrect here. Now the next question is 141. Which of the following is not correct regarding system of environmental economic accounting? Environmental economic accounting, SEEA method of calculating green GDP. So the SEEA represents information regarding environmental stocks and flows between the environment and the economy. This is the right statement here, but question asking about not correct. So in second, it also presents information about income activity related to environment. This is also correct. And the SEEA represents information in monetary terms only. Monetary terms only. This statement is wrong here, and this will be the right answer here. And the fourth one, the SEE Central Framework was adopted by the United Nations Statistical Commission as the first international standards for environmental economic accounting in 2012. This is also right statement here. So here is the SEEA system of environmental economic accounting provides a framework to measure environmental stocks like natural resources and flows like resources use and emissions in relation to economic activities. And SEEA integrates economic and environmental data showing how economic activities impact the environment and how environmental resources contribute to the economy. And the third statement, which is not correct here, this is the key error. SEEA presents information in both monetary and physical terms, not only monetary terms. It's asking about saying about only monetary terms. So in monetary and physical terms, for example, monetary value of natural resources, environmental protection expenditure, and physical terms, quantities of resources used, emissions, land use changes. This dual approach is crucial because not all environmental impacts can be easily monetized. And about the fourth statement, the SEEACF was indeed adopted in 2012 as the first international standards for this type of accounting. So third option will be the right answer here. And on the next question, 142, statements about IS curve are given. The IS curve will shift to the right when there is an increase in government expenditure. This statement is generally correct. An increase in government expenditure will lead to a higher aggregate demand, which in turn increases the equilibrium level of output and shift the IS curve to the right. And the statement B, IS curve will be relatively steeper if the interest elasticity of investment is relatively high. This statement is incorrect because the Slope or the steepness of IS curve depends on the interest elasticity of investment. If the interest elasticity of investment is high, the IS curve will be flatter, or we can say less steep, indicating that changes in interest rates have a more significant impact on investment and consequently aggregate demand. So only the this statement is wrong here, and only the statement first will be the right, and the fourth answer will be the right answer of this question. Now the next question 143, which one is correct in case of a balanced budget multiplier. So first statement, the tax multiplier is 1 less in absolute value than the government expenditure multiplier. So this statement is correct here. And what about other three? So the second statement, the tax multiplier is 1 more in absolute value than the government expenditure multiplier. Wrong, because the statement is wrong because taxes reduce consumption, so their impact is smaller than direct government spending. It can be larger. And the third one, the tax multiplier is 2 more in absolute value than government expenditure multiplier. This is also wrong. The same reason as the second was wrong, and the difference is exactly 1, not 2. And the fourth, the tax multiplier is in absolute value is equal to the absolute value of a government expenditure multiplier. This is wrong because taxes only impact the portion of income that would have been consumed, marginal propensity to consume, we can say, while spending impacts the full amount. So the tax multiplier is always smaller, not equal to the government multiplier. So first will be the right answer here. Now the 144 question, which of the following is incorrect? LM curve slopes upward to the right. LM curve will be relatively steep if the interest elasticity of money demand is relatively low. LM curve will be relatively steep if the interest elasticity of money demand is relatively high. And the LM curve shows the combinations of value of income and interest rate that produce equilibrium in money market. Here is the explanation. This question is about the properties of LM, liquidity preference money supply, liquidity preference money supply curve in the ISLM model. So first statement is correct. As income increases, money demand increases with fixed money supply. This pushes the interest rate up to maintain money market equilibrium. Hence the LM curve slopes upward, and the LM curve slope upward to the right. And this statement is correct. And second statement is also correct. Low interest elasticity means means money demand is less sensitive to interest rate changes, so a larger change in rate of interest is needed to balance a given change in y. This makes the LM curve steeper. So this statement is correct. Now the next third statement is incorrect because this is the key error. High interest elasticity means money demanded is very sensitive to rate of interest changes. A small change in rate of interest can balance a large change in income. This makes the LM curve flatter, not steeper. Okay, so, and the fourth statement is also correct. The LM curve represents all income and rate of interest, while positive relation with the income and negative relation with no, LM curve is positively related with rate of interest also. A combination where money demand equals money supply, a money market equilibrium. Money market equilibrium. Therefore, the third statement is incorrect here, and all the three statements are correct. Now the 145 question, which of the following statement is correct? So monetary policy is more effective when interest elasticity of investment is low, and fiscal policy is more effective when the interest elasticity of investment is high. So both statements are correct here, because when the interest elasticity of investment is low, investment is relatively insensitive to changes in interest rates, monetary policy tools like changes in interest rates can have a more significant impact on investment and aggregate demand. And the second statement, when the interest elasticity of investment is highly responsive to change in interest rate, fiscal policy measures such as changes in government spending or taxation can have a more substantial impact on investment and aggregate demand. So both statements are correct here. Now the next question is 146. What has to be subtracted from value of output of an enterprise in order to arrive at a net value added at a factor cost? So first is intermediate consumption, second is consumption of fixed capital, and third is net direct net indirect taxes. All A, B, and C are to be subtracted. So um, here is explanation. Intermediate consumption, this represents the cost of intermediate goods and services used up to in the production process. It needs to be subtracted to calculate net value added at factor cost. Consumption of fixed capital, this represents the depreciation of fixed assets during the production process. It also needs to be subtracted to arrive at net value added at factor cost. And the third, net indirect taxes. These or indirect taxes are paid by the enterprises, such as the sales taxes or excise duties minus any subsidies received. They need to be subtracted as well. So third will be the right answer. Now the next question, 147. Which of the following is incorrect regarding Dusenberry relative income hypothesis? So the first option, a rich person will have higher average propensity to consume. So this statement is incorrect here, and all the three statement is correct. Consumers preference are interdependent, we will all know, and differences in relative income determine consumption expenditure, and the people imitate their rich neighbors. So all the three statements are correct, and one is incorrect here. So first one will be the right answer here. Here is the explanation also. According to Dusenberry relative income hypothesis, Dusenberry argued that individuals tend to compare their income and consumption level to those of their peers or reference groups. Consequently, their consumption behavior is influenced more by their relative income position rather than their absolute income. Therefore, the statement that a rich person will have higher APC, average propensity to consume, is not in a line with Dusenberry theory. So first will be the right answer. Now the next question, 148. Which of the following statement is not correct following according to a restatement of a quantity theory of money by Milton Friedman? So the first option, factors affecting supply of money are independent of those which affect the demand for money. So this statement is correct according to the Friedman's quantity theory of money. Friedman argued that the money supply is primarily determined by monetary authorities, and it is independent of factors affecting the demand for money such as income and interest rate. So this statement is correct. Question asking about and not correct. And the second statement, the rate of interest is determined by the forces of thrift and productivity. So this statement is also correct according to Friedman's view. He emphasized that the rate of interest is determined by the interaction of supply and demand for loanable funds, influenced by factors such as thrift, saving behavior, and productivity, real returns on investment. And the third statement, he agreed with the Keynesian approach that interest rate is a purely monetary phenomenon. So this statement is not correct here. Milton Friedman views it diverged from the Keynesian perspective on interest rates. Friedman believed that interest rates were primarily determined by real factors such as thrift and productivity rather than being purely monetary phenomena. And the fourth statement, demand for money function is more stable than Keynesian consumption function. This statement is correct here. According to Friedman's view, he argued that the demand for money function is relatively stable compared to consumption function in Keynesian economics. So third will be the right answer here, which is not correct. Now the second last question, 149. According to Milton Friedman, which of the following statement is not correct about demand for money? So demand for money depends on price and returns of different forms of wealth. And the second, demand for money depends upon taste and preferences of individuals. And third is he argued with the change that money is demanded for three motives: transaction, precautionary, and speculative motive. And fourth is demand for money depends upon total wealth of individuals. Here is the explanation of this question. This statement uh, this is about first statement. The statement is aligns with the Friedman's view. He argued that the demand for money is influenced by the opportunity cost of holding money compared to other forms of wealth. If the returns on alternative assets such as bonds or stocks increase relative to holding money, individuals may reduce their demand for money. And the second statement, Friedman's also emphasized the role of individual preferences and attitudes towards risk and liquidity in determining the demand for money. Different individuals may have varying preferences regarding the liquidity they desire, impacting their demand for money. And the fourth statement is Friedman's quantity theory of money considers factors like total wealth, income, and interest rates as determinants of the demand for money. As increase in total wealth may lead to an increase in the demand for money if individuals allocate some of their increased wealth to holding more liquid assets. So third statement is the right answer here. And now the next question, or the last question, we can say, which of the following is are correct with the reference to fiscal policy intervention? So an income tax cut increases interest rate, consumption, and GDP, and reduce investment in the economy. This statement is incorrect because an income tax cut would typically increase disposable income, leading to higher consumption and potentially higher GDP. However, it may not necessarily increase the interest rate. In fact, depending on the economic condition and the response of the central bank, a tax cut might lead to a reduction in interest rate to stimulate investment. So this that's why the statement is incorrect here. Now the statement B, government spending increases interest rates, consumption, and GDP, and reduces investment in the economy. This statement is also incorrect. An increase in government spending would typically lead to higher consumption, GDP, and potentially lower interest rate. If the central bank accommodates the increased spending with the monetary policy actions, it may not directly reduce investment unless it crowds out private investment by competing for resources. And the third statement, exploration of that both A and B have inaccuracy regarding the effects of fiscal policy intervention. Government spending increases interest rate. Now the third statement, investment subsidy increases investment subsidy increases interest rate, consumption, and GDP, and reduces investment in economy. So I think this statement is also incorrect according to me. An investment subsidy is designed to increase investment by reducing the cost of investment for businesses. It would typically lead to increased investment, potentially higher GDP, and may not necessarily increase interest rate on consumption significantly. So as per me, all the three statements are incorrect. But if you know the correct answer of this question, please let me know in comment box. I'm not able to give the answer of this question. So that's all about the RPSC paper 1